Welcome to yet another day of 3YMM, 3 years of Mario Maker. And this is getting more into 3.5 years of Mario Maker if you look at the dates of the 8 remaining levels in a project that we'll be playing today, which were uploaded by and large in May of 2019. So when Maker 2 was already a known entity over the horizon and was going to release quite imminently in just a matter of weeks. So this set of levels that we're going to look at today is pretty much the last hurrah for the original game. And we're going to begin with number 23 out of 30 in the 3YMM project overall, which is going to be Technological Terror by Document. As before, all of the level codes and descriptions that are in the playlist are available on the website that's linked in the chat. And since those descriptions are not visible in-game, we will be reading them as we go. So, 3YMM, Technological Terror. The description reads, adjustable walls, cannons, and platforms abound in this mechanical marvel. Bowser Jr. need not be so proud of this technological terror he's constructed. The ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of Mario. Okay. We needed to jump towards something before the skewer comes down, and as you can see, the cannon on the right side is going to be what adds that pressure, and then it's going to nudge its way up. And currently I don't see what the mechanism activating that is, but yeah, as you can see, there is a note block in the bottom right corner that is involved in some kind of bouncing maneuver. And that leads you up. I mean, we are supposed to jump directly, that's fairly clear. Yeah, the skewer looks so misleading at first in terms of its placement above the first row of hard blocks that it's actually going to smash through. But we know to look for that now, and we'll just get some of the bad attempts out of the way at some of the easiest jumps that will be available to us today. Nudge, nudge, nudge. And, okay, that's interesting. Oh, whoops, I didn't expect that. Let's be careful here. I assume this is going to drop once I have the opportunity. Yeah, the burner is going to lower that. And then I'm able to drop down to the coins below once I see them. So we just need to be cautious about that rising and falling pattern, because I believe it is based on something winged as its base. A winged muncher at the very bottom, in fact. Hence the flight pattern. It should be quite familiar to us by now. And then we'll duck under that. And then when the dry bones is available, I mean, that's just going to remain in position like a large dry bones often does. And then we'll have more of these offsets to play with the way the cannons give us a couple of extra pixels to stand on in those stacks. I'm going to check this and that. And we'll just wait for the bullet. And totally miss. I mean, we can probably just jump over this guy. It's not a big deal until you need to go back upstairs. Ground blocks up top, which means that we can't actually get up on top, but we can sustain ourselves over the dry bones as long as we don't get squished, and I don't think we will, just looking at the positioning. So let's hop over, grab a mushroom, and dart off once again. I keep thinking that I'll be able to bounce on top of one of those cannonballs, and that's not the case. Whoops. And nope, that's a miss. You have to aim for the exhaust port just above the main port. And we'll just let that come over. And yes, you do get squished, alright. I should have perhaps watched that more carefully before assuming that that was going to be an available move. Okay, there we are. Yeah, look at a burner push to cycle that down. It is just a matter of the burners cycling over the tracks and take them over to central pipes. That's the thing that is the push mechanism, taking everything on the way back down. And then, yeah, it's the note block realigning the blaster as a clinging surface that raises the cannons accordingly. That's, you just have the blasters bouncing up and down. And with each step, the cannons get nudged up but don't get pulled back down when the blasters do fall. Whoops. We need to go over, we know that by now. Bang, welcome. Alright, up we go. Seems like we've seen a couple of document levels at this point that involve cannonball spam in some fashion. And also a lot of blaster stacking, to be perfectly honest. I'm thinking of some of the levels from 4YMM, for instance, one of which was the airship level, where you're constantly kind of pushing against the blaster walls. And the other one being Static Cling, which was also all about these blaster offsets to the extent that you could do them in the first game. Now, as we know from experience by now, that last column, we really do need to fall onto the right side, not on the left, but that was just a bit of an unintended miss that time. I fell into a trap. Or, as they used to say in the relevant military, it's a trap. Okay, let's do this, and that's a good series of bounces right there, as long as we remember to duck out of that, which has been a bit of a problem lately. Was this the first time I actually made that jump? It's such an easy thing to do. I'm just gonna check the ceiling. Nothing. Also notice the lack of a mushroom check directly after the checkpoint. It's one of the few levels in the entire project that's going to let me just have the mushroom available. Now, this mechanic I also remember from Maker 2. There was at least one Zelda dungeon I played that uses this. Also a relatively recent tower climb level by Eggus Cook, I think, in Maker 2 that also used the cannon bump mechanic that you see here to get everything in position. I do want to get up to the right side if possible. We will need to let the cannon fire once again for that to happen. I've got plenty of room now. And yeah, there's no point in having a mushroom check because the power-up is available almost immediately afterwards, and it's just available as a way to take a hit without breaking anything, which is just so rare at this point in Maker 1. Now, this is interesting. It really looks like there's an implication that I should be able to get up to the coins, and I don't see how at the moment. Because this is going to draw no blasters are firing at me at this point. And Bird Dog, welcome. I wonder if it is just a sort of very localized entity block here that's going on, in which case we'll just drop that out and see if anything fires. I mean, everything would be loaded down below. Now I can't see what's below. Or we need to raise the cannon all the way back up. Yes, indeed, that's the case. Oh, whoops, I was hoping to land on top of that guy as he responded. So yeah, Bird Dog, hope you've been doing well. And, yep, a lot of offsets being positioned here. And yeah, at this point I'm so far behind on things like puzzles in Maker 2, which have been really quite a vibrant scene lately, but we're almost done with the 3YMM levels in this game, and while I still have some Maker 1 content I want to do, that's going to mostly kind of yield back to Maker 2 for at least a little bit. Did I actually inspect what was down there? On the right side, I don't think I did. Oh, here's another part of the technological terror. I guess we just needed to wait that out. And then zip past, which was the obvious thing to do, just something we were a little bit slow about. And yeah, Bird Dog, just given the sheer number of people who were involved in things like the Tower Escape contest, there's been so much stuff to play, man. I'll have to find a time to catch up on that. Hopefully sometime this month before the new Kirby game takes over. Which we are fairly likely to cover, just due to the usual interest in Nintendo platforming that we have around here. But yeah, there's a mega puzzle in Maker 1 that I am kind of due to play at some point as well after I'm done with the YMM content, which is something I'm quite looking forward to, given that we're still sort of recovering all this mechanical knowledge in the first game on the fly. And yeah, so the shell is going to go back and forth and activate the note blocks on the bottom, which are going to raise the blasters and therefore raise the cannons. So as you can see here, blasters push the cannons up, but don't drag them back down, and that's the extent of what we're dealing with. So yeah, we'll wait for everything to set up here, and then we will go like that. And then something's going to happen when a piece which expires, I'm sure. Just way to get back down. Looks like we'll eventually have to punch through here, and we might have wanted to go to the right side first, and then... And yeah, there were a lot of Maker 1 mechanics that I've been relearning on the fly, for sure. Especially with the camera working so differently, which has led to a lot of unique creations. Oh, one-way panel there. I should have taken a look at that. We can raise the blasters using a note block, though. That's a central mechanic, therefore always worth considering. And we'll create a bridge up here when we raise the arm. And yeah, so it looks like there's something that will allow me to destroy this part to the left, and I don't know if that's going to be the main path or something optional, but you are definitely meant to notice it. Same with this central element over here. I think something is supposed to be guided down here. It's not going to be something like a spike ball because those do not exist in this game, but we should be watching out for some destructive force to take me through there. Yeah, we'll need to bump this. Very nice of that piranha to give me the success chime. And the one-way panel is going to let me through here. And, oh yeah, look at that. That's just because of the spawning distance you kind of get back here with these new blasters. Modifying things just a little bit on this side. Oops, should have just gone up that semi-solid in the first place. And yeah, look at this entire bridge just prepared for a spike ball to happen, except it's not going to. It's going to be something quite different, which is a big Buzzy, which we should have guessed. We should have guessed that it would be a shell of some sort. Now, how do we do the kick? Yeah, we need to kick it to the right, actually, and it's actually going to be the sort of reclaim bounce that takes it back and then dispenses with the shell. And then we need a dry bones over here to get upstairs. Checkpoint. Once again, we get to keep the mushroom with no additional problems. And then, yeah, so you need to hit the note block step by step and then recover it and make it over before you get squashed by blasters doing their thing. No more mushroom, but that's okay. That doesn't make any difference to me at this point. Did we break something? No, that blaster is just much further back than we were accustomed to. Oh, I missed the note block down below. Okay. I have to go left. Yeah, so we just need to go quickly before next activation. We can't really do much with this spacing, I don't think. It seemed like we had things a little bit more spread out last time, but yeah, as long as we activate the note blocks as soon as possible, that's what gives me the most space to work with. So as you can see, I am falling a little behind pace there. But yeah, just need to push note blocks as soon as possible to create space. And then can't really dawdle. Lost a little bit of time there already, in fact. And we'll get through here. That's a no. Why is that a no? Oh, that's just a stop and go, I guess. Let's keep our heads down, and then it's going to go again, yeah. Oh, very nice of those hard blocks to stop things before they get out of hand. Still haven't seen anything like a secret exit just yet. It looks like I needed to hit the note blocks to the right to raise the stack on the right side, which is the obvious thing to do. We'll keep that in mind as we read this segment once again. The mushroom is going to be useful. There are a few places later on where we'll be in danger of missing a platform and taking a hit. We'll just try not to lose too much time here between blasters. And very nice of another mushroom to show up. This time I'll actually catch it on time, even though I didn't have any immediate need of it. Yeah, I mean, I don't get an opportunity to crouch there, so I should have seen that coming for sure. Yeah, we'll just have to adjust appropriately next time. It's okay. Just keep missing the mushroom over and over. And I'll completely miss it. That's okay, the next one comes pretty soon, and we're not in serious danger of taking a hit. Whoa. Got nudged by that platform, that was really unfortunate. And we got plenty of space to work with this time, so not too concerned about that. Let's create a little bit of room to bump this guy as soon as possible. And yeah, look at that. This stack has now been released and is now going to be floating up and down the regular pattern. Interesting that there's the door on the left side. I don't really see anywhere else to go at this point, so. Nope. Whoops. I thought I had plenty of room to work with there to get up to the mushroom, but it seems not. Okay, lots of room this time though. Oh, that's fine. Won't be long until the next one. Next mushroom. Yeah, that little low bounce over the question block works pretty well as a way of keeping you in a position of readiness to get under that final muncher going towards the door on the right side there, so let's get our heads under this time, and whoa, there we are. Have to keep in mind that I do have a little less headroom to work with now that I am mushroomed up. Okay, that's a ding-dong. Let's get in position after that. That fell just slightly short. Okay, we'll drop that. We'll head over here. That wasn't accurate. So yeah, let's punch that thing out. Let's create some room as soon as possible, which we have not been doing. That's too tight. Much too tight. Yeah, I really have to remember to prioritize note forms, which I have not really been doing. Note block first, mushroom second. And and I thought it would be so fancy and just jump towards the Wiggler and get up to the mushroom from there. That was not quite right. Okay, let's rush through it as soon as we can, just to open up more space. And we got a lot more room to work with this time, except I squandered it. Absolutely squandered it. Okay. Let's get over here and... pop my head against that. And move on. Like I've been saying, I have been keeping my eyes peeled for a potential secret route somewhere, and we don't see that yet. Anything that would be a natural candidate for that. Oops. Open my head below just a little bit too much here. Let's skip the mushroom. No time. And that's going to be a little bit tight. Yeah, let's just make it out of this zone before we assume anything else. To get on top of one bullet here at minimum. We'll try to tuck in underneath. Whoops. No. Need to stand pretty far to the right to do that safely, I think. Yeah, the sound effects really make this work with the stop and go on the train. In a way, stack is going to release. Let's ring the bell. I keep forgetting that there is no crouch when you are small Mario in this game. Except I think the semi-solid Easter egg in SMB3 was present in the original Mario Maker as well. It's just that you wouldn't get the crouch animation when you're standing. The Easter egg being the warp whistle trick where you're bouncing up slightly if you're nudging yourself on the white semi-solid. Which doesn't drop you into the background in this game for obvious reasons, but does give you a tiny little bounce when you're standing. One of the most obscure mechanics in Super Mario Maker. And also a bonus room mechanic in Celeste. One of the few instances I can think of where a secret in one game is entirely just a reference to a totally different game with a different developer, but I mean, at this point, the warp whistle exit in SMB3 is pretty canonical as far as platformer knowledge goes, but you never really know with younger generations of players coming in whether they have any awareness of that, whereas back in the prime of SMB3 that seemed to be common knowledge. Just a kind of thing you picked up in the cultural background. Yeah, so this stream does coincide with the 5th anniversary of the Nintendo Switch. That kind of came up in conversation yesterday in terms of when Nintendo were last in such a position of strength going into the 5th year of the console. And that was probably back when SMB3 was releasing back in 1990. When they were really kind of at the peak of their game, going into the Super Nintendo shortly after that. But hard to communicate to people now, which is what a huge event SMP3 was when it did come out. Not just because of cross-promotions with things like the film The Wizard, but just in terms of Mario's general cultural presence being pretty unprecedented for video games at the time. I mean, in raw numbers, it's probably been surpassed by the modern brand awareness of, you know, things like Minecraft, GTA, in modern times Mario Kart. But certainly by the standards of the industry at the time, there was nothing to really compare to SMP3 in terms of its sheer prominence and yeah, Bird Dog, the thing about that Celeste room is that it did seem like it was the kind of secret that you would just either get or not in a very binary fashion. I understood it immediately. But it's so unconventional to see it as a way of hiding information. Incredible to think that Celeste is a little over 4 years old at this point, I think. Because it still seems like one of the newest reference points that we have in terms of platformer design. Where among platformer people you can just refer to some of its design ideas, and it's kind of this common basis of design understanding that you are sort of fairly safe in talking about. And yeah, no worries, Bird Dog. Lurk as much as you like. Or AFK as much as you like. Oh, forgot to get the mushroom there. That's a mistake. There will be a mushroom off the track on the left side, of course, but we'll miss that too. Not our proudest moment here. Okay, we'll just let the shell take out whatever it can, and I was trying to go for the mushroom at a lower angle, and I just didn't expect a junior to bounce up at that moment. So yeah, the starting time for the left side gate is just based on that bomb timer. You can see at the very beginning, in the top left. Now let's give this a bounce. That was unusual, not the way that I would usually handle that obstacle. First time I've ended up on top of that muncher, in fact. Anyway, let's give this a dunk. Get back here. Oh, bit of a delay here. It's okay, as long as we get directly back in a wiggler, we can buy some time. This is going to feel better space than usual, in fact, just because we managed to get to that wiggler quickly. Don't need mushroom, of course. We've already got one. No opportunity to crouch, but let's stay down on the right side and That is the idea. That's the trick. Oops. I didn't have a tiny bit more time than that to work with, but that's okay. Well, just move on, and this time hopefully not forget about that mushroom that was directly above the door and very visible for all to see. Oh, there's the reason that we were talking about Celeste in the first place, the inability to duck over here. Oh, I forgot the mushroom. Just went straight for the door once again. That's okay. We know how soon the mushroom is available as long as I don't jump directly into the fire, which happens from time to time. Okay, let's go here. And yeah, getting to that block before the puzzle even comes over does buy me a fair amount of time. But we will need to catch up a little bit here. Not too difficult to get up to the next mushroom. The power-ups are very generous here, you have to admit. With the junior boss fight, that's true as well. It's just that we've been terribly inaccurate about reclaiming the mushrooms when they become necessary. Whoa! Almost slid off there. Let's miss. Oh, I was going to try to get a jump so we can adjust our falling position a little bit better there. That was not a good idea. I should have just fallen directly, just with better timing. Yeah, the Buzzies work quite well there as a platforming element. That's going to be the last opportunity to hit the mushroom, and that's going to be a miss. That's okay. We know the next mushroom is soon, and so we'll just take it. Yeah, I still have a lot of trouble getting under that low platform when I am tall. Yeah, this bit's fairly simple. We'll just finish things up once again, and anytime now, once this goes back up. Forgot the mushroom. Or rather, I remembered the mushroom was there, I just impulsively entered the door too quickly. That's okay. First mushroom comes quickly here. I'm not too concerned. And yeah, it's along that drop that we'll be able to get out. Notice the pipe exit on the right side when everything goes down here. That looks like it's something that has some potential as an exit. I mean, if it is an exit, it would get you out of the boss early without having gone through any kind of key. Maybe it would just spit you back into the boss room by way of pipe stacking, or... no, except there's a door entrance in that, so... it's going to be something different. We'll see. But it'll be clear when I go back to the boss room. If you look at the right side column, there is something that looks like a pipe exit if you are riding the blaster platforms up at that stage. Yeah, holding right as you get pushed in there is seemingly the solution to not get bumped out. Whoops. That's not good timing. Nothing is available for me and won't be for some time. So, you cannot just damage boost your way to that platform. That does not solve problems. Good way for the timing here to prevent cheesing that section. There's a lot of subtle anti-cheese spacing going on here. given that the whole time it's designing around the expectation that there might be an optional mushroom in play. And that the player might be able to take a hit at any given point. Obviously, with things like the Muncher, which are a hard collision, that's not really going to be much of an issue, but this whole segment here, for instance, where at any point you might just try to dart ahead on his spikes and get ahead to the ending, that's not going to help you at all, because of the way that you need the Dry Bones platform all the way to the end. But yeah, that's something that's very easily overlooked, just how much this level plans around having that optional mushroom. Okay, let's continue. And we'll hit this. One thing that I've always found to sit very well with me when it comes to Donkey Man's levels in both 1 and 2 is their length and pacing. And there are some players who find them to be a bit on the longer side sometimes with the checkpoint spacing, but like here where there's this huge segment before we get back to the boss room itself. But I find that to be usually pretty workable myself. We are way off when it comes to actually retrieving a mushroom. I want to see if I can enter that pipe. I can't. It does bump me past. If you look at that blaster spacing, it skips a little bit over. I was holding right into that pipe just to see if anything would happen, but apparently not. So maybe once things are clear there, we'll see what I can do to continue. But I don't know if there's anything there like something involving some limit trickery or, with Junior perhaps that is going to activate the next phase of that entire platform once Junior is out of the way. I don't know what the phase transition is going to look like. I don't see a key door, so it doesn't look like it's something key activated just yet, but maybe it's something that we also don't have access to until we get through the fight itself. But I'm thinking ahead to that because, you know, with mini bosses like Junior being on their own limit, there could be something going on there. But whoops, not enough height. Ah, that's okay. We made it through. And that didn't throw off any timings, so still alive. And let's see what's up next. Have to wait. And wait. Grab mushroom. Let's not forget it this time. So yeah, let's not fool around this time. Let's actually try to go for this fight as soon as we can. It's taking a pretty speedy approach to things, with the danger that we have to deal with that hit, and then oh, everything's gonna freeze for a little bit until we drop down. Ah, there's the key door. Okay. Well, let's get rid of Junior first, and before we fool around with the pipe. I would like to see if there's anything here, but it doesn't seem so. We'll just wait for one more push just to see. But no, it doesn't look like it. So I get the sense that we did miss a secret somewhere along the way, but I said, it's difficult to see where that could be. There's definitely another pipe that you can take at the end here that spits you directly to the axe and has a couple of the 1-ups underneath it. We took a while in this level, but I'm... Oh, okay, it drops you over there, and then that's the cake at the very end. Okay, so it's not a secret placement after all. Unless... Yeah, because it just drops the 1-ups out at the very end, so... Maybe we did not miss anything after all, but it's going to give us a bit of a surprise cake instead. Yeah, because there was nowhere for some kind of last-minute secret path to go. Anyway, and now that we've seen the cake, it seems like we can tick that box unless a document later advises us otherwise. So, thank you for the GG. Let's move on to the next selection. The next selection is going to be Split Snake Show by CTRX. And we'll pull that up in just a moment. But yeah, tons of stuff going on in that last level. And just from a quality control perspective, it's remarkable to see that all of that worked out when put together. And fairly reliably at that. Split Snake Show. And it's going to tell me that there are 100 regular coins here that we can collect. CTRX we've played a fair bit of in Maker 2, mostly as a traditional designer who very often has speedrun paths and secret paths all over the place. And yeah, as you can see in the cover image, very snaky number 3 here, for 3YMM. And the description reads, we'll be able to use snake blocks in Super Mario Maker 2, so I'm hyped. But even in Maker 1, I can make some surprising snakes. They are kind of tricky. Can you ride on them? Let's go, it's showtime. And yes, Meg, that is a very appropriate slurp. That is exactly what this looks like. And it's sort of interesting that the panorama gives you that incentive to be collecting yellow coins just to see if you can get your count close to 100. We probably won't, especially if we take a death somewhere in between, but we'll at least go for the pink coins. And wait for this wall to become available, and then... Oh, okay, that's fine. That works. Now, this reminds me very much of the Bone Coaster level setter in NSMB Wii and U, I think.
Oh, no.
Definitely in U with the screaming bone coasters that have that stop and go motion, but I believe the mechanic was in Wii as well in one of the more prominent levels. It's been about a dozen years since I last played Wii, so... Oh, also notice that you could, I think, get on top in that segment that we just passed earlier, but I don't know how accessible that would have been. Let's do high bounces. Let's not try to pop everything straight away. Yeah, it's going to be 7 pink coins in total, so perhaps we can expect 2 per checkpoint plus a safety, but we can't always say that for a fact, of course. It looks like it was accessible up top if we managed to jump up to that. But then that would have precluded me from going for coin 1 here, so might not have been the best idea. Yeah, because if you go above, no coin 1 for you. So. No, let's remember. Stall a little bit. So yeah, very appropriate, of course, for this to be in the NSMB theme, since that's what it feels like, just a recreation of an SMB classic. No, we needed to go up top instead of getting down here. We're supposed to get into the tongue of the Snaky 3. If you look at that carefully, we're hitting the 3 at the very end of this platforming segment. And there was a platforming landing zone on the top left as well, but the auto-scroll would likely push me beyond that. So, yeah, as you can see, there are some question blocks up top. If you decide to go for the top road. But I don't see why you would want to do that if you are going for pink coins instead. Whoops, nope, that's a miss. We're going to be completionists about this. Let's just take the death and retry. I might try to peek up at the top level at least once just to see how that goes. And explore the level a bit more, but we'll ride this out for now and then consider that when we're back there. Oh, never mind. Missed. And then we're just going to dive right into that guy and take a hit, which reminds me of another classic CTRX moment, which was that 4YMM level where everybody hit the Boom Rat. And that one desert level with all the entity trickery everywhere. Oh, whoops. But yeah, depending on difficulty, I expect that I should be able to finish 3YMM today. Oh, a little bit early there. We really have to learn to avoid that cheap cheap. Because it does go for that coin at the exact same time I do. And thus far, that has not been healthy. Yeah, I guess maybe I can't get up there yet after all. Hey, look at that, just barely missed it. It looks like you can go directly over to the dry bones if you want. There's no particular reason to do that without a landing zone on the other side, unless something had spawned ahead of time on the next track, which we wouldn't count on. Whoops, not enough of a jump. And yeah, Mang, I mean, a Cheep Cheep has been oiling here all this time without being properly fed. Can't really blame it for trying to unlock its way to nibble some cake. Ah, okay, so you can't actually go up there. That's going to be blocked off until it's needed for some later segment. It looked like it was a platform that's going to be relevant to us later on. Whoops, there we go. That's barely salvaged. Now let's be careful with this coin here. Whoops, fell off the diagonal. I guess, treating it like an actual skull platform, where I'm falling off the diagonals all the time. You know, in spite of playing so much Maker 1, I'd almost forgotten that snake blocks were not available in this game. Until the description mentioned it just now. Because they are such a crucial element of the second game when it comes to pushing mechanisms, global loading, combination locks. There's everything involving snake blocks that we now take for granted in Maker 2. But as you can see, there were some workarounds. I was too slow. And the snake is going to laugh at me. Notice the coin that is in the Y. That's rather important. Luca, welcome. The bullies are not really flying very much today, unfortunately. We traveled back in time. The bullies have yet to be introduced. So yeah, we'll be more careful about that timing and let the Cheep go for the coin first. Let's be careful about actually getting off this platform here when we go for that. So yeah, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, and on the tongue we go. So we need to drop into the Y, we know that. That's going to be 3 coins and a checkpoint. Naturally, I do want to see if we missed anything else in this area. It doesn't seem so, so let's move on. 3 coins a checkpoint, and the auto-scroll is going to continue in the subworld. Look at this. This is very similar to the pendulum levels in NSMB as well. Very fancy coin 4 there with the wall slide down the descending blocks. Barely got it on that edge. Whoops. No, you need all 3 in order to get the coin, so let's just take the dev. And that's going to be coin 5. A lot of variety here to how the various coins are obtained. That's quite nice to see. Also notice that, whoops, that it just lets you keep the mushroom from checkpoint because you get a mushroom right away anyhow. So yeah, I think it's the last level in SMBU that has the pendulum mechanic. Of course, those are pendulums that were back and forth, not just these chomps that are dangling up and down like this, but I think the sort of thematic synergy with what Nintendo was originally doing in this style is pretty clearly visible. Okay, let's go around. It's been a couple years now since I last went through NSMBU, and like I was saying, I don't think I've really played NSMB Wii since it originally launched in 2009. With both of those games, I did play them in co-op first, which was an experience. And there's a lot of stuff in SMB Wii that I still find quite memorable, even after all this time, but let's drop off here. But how time flies. (2022) later in the year is going to be the 10th anniversary of the Wii U and therefore NSMBU as well. Not the last standard Mario platforming content in 2D we received, of course, because there was the Year of Luigi the year after that, and the Luigi expansion to that game, so... But that's how long it's been since we've seen Nintendo's own mainline Mario, and I don't really count the tutorial levels in Maker 2 as part of that. I mean, they're kind of their own thing as official levels. We did actually receive a decent amount of content in terms of things like the Ninja levels. We should really just crouch into those coins. That's a clear implication. And yeah, Luca, I do not subscribe to the theory that Mario Maker has just killed standard 2D Mario. I don't think that's the case. What we saw reliably with the whole NSMB series was that, first of all, people really underestimate how well the NSMB series actually sold. And that, you know, if 2D Mario is just remaining a once-a-generation thing, we may be due for one soon enough.
Oh, no.
And, yeah, Melon Run, I agree with that. I know there was the rumor circulating last year, which I may have mentioned on the stream as well, that there might be something coming for 40 years of Donkey Kong. Not from Retro, because they're busy, but there was some talk, I know, in the somewhat dubious Nintendo rumor mill last year about the kind of mainline division of the Mario team in Tokyo that worked on all of the recent 3D Marios, kind of doing a new Donkey Kong that's not tied to Donkey Kong Country, but would kind of be its own original take on the property that kind of, in theory, would reintegrate the Donkey Kong series into one coherent thing. Donkey Kong's really been missing in action. I mean, partly that's just with Retro busy with Metroid again, but whoops.
Oh, no.
Looking for a clear opportunity to get over Bowser. We are at 6 coins at this point, with theoretically a safety remaining, so that's just a matter of hopping over him. Whoops. Yeah, Luca, I mean, I've spent a significant amount of time with Maker games to this point, where even Mario Maker 1, I think I've probably played more than every mainline Mario combined. In Maker 2, I've played several times that, really, when it comes to the amount of time I've spent on it. But there's a lot of stuff that, even though, you know, a new mainline Mario game wouldn't have quite as much longevity as a Maker game, there's a lot that you can't do in the context of a Maker game in terms of having
Oh, no.
some very original level-specific gimmicks that are just one-offs as you go from one level to the next. I mean, most of NSMBU, for instance, you can't just remake directly in the palette here. And NSMBU, by that point, was definitely subscribing to that notion of level design where every level is its own thing and has its own mechanic. Obviously, that would require a lot of the artwork for each of those platforming elements to be quite distinct as well, in a way that we, whoops, aren't really going to see in a mix-and-match Maker game. But the important thing of keeping the 2D series going is that, whoops,
Oh
have to
no!
watch out for the Bowser and Muncher collision there. The thing about keeping the mainline 2D series going is that it's something that would inform future Maker games in terms of expanding the shared common language of Mario players, if you know what I mean, in terms of understanding what the power-ups do and having seen certain platforming ideas. Like how this one here is, as I've been saying all along, kind of directly reminiscent of the NSMB Skull Coasters. But I think it is very important for the next Mario game to really move the ball, which
Oh no!
the NSMB series occasionally had some trouble with in terms of asserting its own identity, especially with NSMB 2, which really felt like a bit of a filler game in some ways. Which reminds me, I do want to make sure I get the NSMB 2 DLC, at least some of it, before the 3DS shop goes down. Because I'm told that the NSMB 2 Impossible Pack is kind of the upper limit of Nintendo's official 2D design at this point when it comes to difficulty, and I've always been kind of curious about it. And it is something that's going to be just completely unavailable, at least legally, once the 3DS shop goes down. Okay, so we'll just need to wait for a good opportunity here, just to get on top of that lower platform and launch some fire. No.
Oh no!
Tricky, tricky. Okay, let's drop it and try again. But yeah, seemingly all coins accounted for over here. And down we go. Sliding over very smoothly. Always very satisfying to dodge that chain chomp. That swings into the lower right. Okay, let's go for this immediately this time. And for an opportunity. And that was the opportunity, we missed it.
Oh no!
Yeah, pretty tricky boss gate there. One of the few instances we've seen of a classic Maker-style boss in the sense of going back to those pre-key mechanics of setting up bosses mostly around collisions because you wouldn't be able to set up triggers using kills. Like a 2015 style Maker boss, basically, where it's all about getting past the obstruction that Bowser presents. Amazing that we ever got anything done without keys being attached to bosses, which came quite late in this game by the standards of its patches. And I know that when I sort of originally stopped paying attention to
Oh no!
Maker 1 for a bit in early 2016, that was before the last patches had introduced a lot of the key coin and door mechanics. Key doors, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, because I think that stuff would have been patched in sort of the middle of 2016. Definitely before 1YMM. Because 1YMM, as we saw when we played it in January, had some of the early notable instances of people figuring out what you could do with keycoin checkpoint tech. But for a lot of people that were in my position of having dropped out of Mario Maker 1 for a time after the initial frenzy of its launch, a lot of boss mechanics that we take for granted now, they just would not have seen. There certainly was a lot of desire to be building boss rooms all over the place, and back in 2015 there were just so many different solutions for trying to make that happen. In the same way that before checkpoints, I remember that people were figuring out all kinds of passcode trickery and things like Metroid-style levels just to figure out a way to preserve state. No.
Oh no!
I wonder, it's not just about reading the pattern here. There is something that I'm not quite doing right, I think. Because it's difficult to find a place in the pattern where I would get the height that I need, and so I think the whole approach that I'm taking there does seem a little wrong right now. Whoops.
Oh no!
Dropping straight off. Anyway, let's continue. And that's going to snake back down. Whoops. First time I've been hit by that in a while, but that's okay. We know there's going to be another mushroom soon, and in the NSMB style, we get to duck as Small Mario, which is nice, because otherwise it would feel quite awkward artistically. It already feels awkward enough to not be able to do so in styles like SMB3, as we saw earlier. Notice the green pipe that is in that room that's above us right now. It's probably not relevant to anything, but you never know. So the cycles are a little out of synchronization with each other, which... Whoops.
Oh no!
Yeah, because you have the track on the left side. I mean, they're both on tracks, but we'll have to monitor that carefully. Because I just haven't seen a safe timing yet, and it really does feel like there's something about that that I'm just missing. We'll have to find out what that is. Nope.
Oh no!
And we're just going to take a crush death immediately there, but that's okay, because if we're going to miss the coin anyhow, I would want to come back. Alright, let's wait and go. And here we are. Whoops. Very unfortunate slide. Always feels like a bit of a tight fit to jump to the second snake, but we managed to make it. That's the important thing. That's been feeling more and more reliable lately. Let's go straight for the mushroom. And straight into this, which is still a problem for me. Because I'm still... Yeah, because looking at the pattern on the right side, there is a long while when Bowser is going to be peeking. Nope. That was salvaged at least. But it's still nowhere close to getting the pattern that I want. I wonder if there's space to do a wall jump underneath. I think it might even be that.
Oh no!
Because the right side stack suspends for long enough. I don't know, because if you're tall, that looks like it's just going to be an impossible fit. But I'm basically considering whether it would be possible to go underneath instead, which might be the solution to this, given just how long the winged stack underneath Bowser and the Muncher stay in suspension. I mean, so much of this level has been built around things like these wall sliding mechanics that would really be in keeping with what the level has taught us so far, so definitely not unthinkable for that to be a solution. Nope.
Oh no!
But yeah, it seems likely that I'm misunderstanding something about the fight, and certainly going under would be one big change to how we're approaching it. And I haven't really been able to look at that approach yet and understand what the spacing is going to be like, so we will have to get back there and see. Oh, there we go. Just enough room to work with.
Oh no!
Well, if it's going to be under, it's not going to be with a timing like that. I don't know if the right side platform is going to go high enough for me to do that. It's very difficult to visualize at this point, so... Yeah, neither path looks very convenient right now, when you look at the actual cycle. So it does look harder, especially because, you know, this would be designed with the possibility in mind that you're still holding the mushroom, and with the mushroom it looks like there's definitely not enough space to go under. I think I just need to find a better jump timing up top, really. It looks reachable, but I just haven't found a good point in a cycle, especially with dodging Bowser Fire at the same time. Yeah, it looks like there is definitely a moment when I can go over. It's just
Oh
that
no!
Bowser's collision has consistently been bumping me out. I was hoping that, you know, at some point we'd be able to take damage, but over the halfway line, such that Bowser would bump me to the right, perhaps? But we're getting caught by Bowser when he's coming back up, and so the collision is just knocking me down completely. Because it really looks like you've got plenty of space to go over, right? And it even looks like an easy jump, but I've just been consistently knocked down. It really looks like it shouldn't be giving me nearly this much trouble, though. So... okay, down we go. So let's figure out what's going on here. We want to catch Bowser when he's on his way down, not when he's on his way up. But there is this moment when he comes down where he goes immediately back up, and so even if we're slightly late, that's going to be a problem. And the timing is not lined up with the fire timing either, so I can't depend on that as a rhythmic signal. Whoop, nope. Okay, I was going to wall jump out of that and save it, but that was not the case. So yeah, definitely running into some trouble here. Pow, pow, pow. And we'll wait. No. Might as well just take the death there.
Oh no!
Yeah, very rare that I'll miss that coin. But right now, much of this is just going through the motions until we can get back to that Bowser stack, which has been causing an unexpected number of problems. As we discovered, or rediscovered in the last stream, I think it's often these timing elements along multiple concurrent vectors that we often had the most trouble with. You know, where you have to look at, say, 2 or more synchronized timing or asynchronous timings at once and have to sort of add them together. But yeah, so the top position on the left stack is going to be something consistent. There is a consistent peak to that. That is going to be our takeoff point. And it looks like it will definitely get me over, as long as it lines up with Bowser's timing, which is the thing that we've been having trouble with. Now I'm just getting completely zoned out, which is not good. We need to get the fire up a little bit so we can just get Bowser to shoot up, and nope, I was hoping to save that with a wall jump, and that was once again not right. But yeah, Bowser's collision box there is just so huge. It's very deceptive. It feels like I've got so much room to get over him. And every time, I wind up not even close to doing it. But yeah, I definitely want to get on the left snake right away later, so I don't have to deal with fireballs on my way up there. Okay. So yeah, this is going to be the peak. And we need to catch Bowser sort of on his way down when he's kind of in the middle of the descent. Nope, too early. And the bounce completely throws me off in terms of not having a wall jump follow-up either. But yeah, that jump is causing unexpected problems. For sure. Like, it's a huge enough difficulty spike that it does feel like I'm doing something wrong. But we'll see. Hey, that's one way to do it. Just go immediately. Why didn't we just do that in the first place? Oh, the snake is eating the cake. Look at that. Slurping it up. Oh, and there's a pipe on the left when we respawn in. Let's do that. And look at that, Yoshi! Except, okay, I'm not going to get squashed, thankfully. Can Yoshi... Well, I mean, this is just going to be a freeze frame, so I can't do anything with it, but... Drop in here. And that should be the ending. And Yoshi will do a little happy bounce at the end. Once we dash off.
Mario #1!
That took far too long, and I still don't know how I would do it safely. In terms of not taking a hit at the end. But that's okay, we'll just launch a couple of fireworks and thank you for the GGs. So that was it for Split Snake Show. The next level is going to be Sky Bonsai by Nova. It's a Nova from the Netherlands, so not the more recent Nova that we know in Maker 2. But let's take a look at that nevertheless. And here we go, Sky Bonsai. The handle here being Novice, in fact. Sky Bonsai is a fast-paced, multi-part level where you race ahead of a growing vine, clearing its path of pesky blocks and obstacles to reveal the way to the top of the stage. Now, it'll be interesting to see this in a game that does not have vertical subworlds, because the whole Sky Tree idea of racing against your own vine is just all over the place in Maker 2. But I guess we'll see the Maker 1 implementation of that idea while admiring the bonsai that is in the panorama artwork. And as you can see, there is a cake somewhere here. And we'll keep an eye out for that. So yeah, we'll still have 2 screens of height to deal with everywhere. Don't know why there is that reset door at the beginning. Oh yeah, I guess we wouldn't... Whoops. Have this be the exit door for something later if we fail to open this up. Oh, I see, because in order to get into this area here, you need to do a vine climb, and that requires me to hit both blocks, so this is just a reset that kicks me back, so... Now we understand the implementation. We just need to not die to every bullet along the way. And then we'll just climb carefully and slide into the pipe stack. Let's hit the block in advance next time. And scout ahead. Interestingly enough, the shell... Yeah, the shell is going to unlock this, so we just need to step on top of this later on when we come back up. Whoa, okay. What did we not do here? We needed a shell to hit this one in the middle. And I didn't even consider that. Let's... And be prepared to take the Buzzy Shell with us. Nope, too slow. Oops, too slow there too? Okay. No, we made it. And it's going to be checkpoint and mushroom shack. I thought I could just go for that directly. That was not smart. That was almost it, so yeah. But we were just slightly short of that at the very end. Nope, we don't want to overshoot. You need to get on that vine to punch that, so... So yeah, compared to a lot of those vertical world sky trees in Maker 2, this is a lot denser just to have tons of action and interactions that are packed into this more confined 2-screen vertical limit. I think I need to pop that in advance for sure. Let's scout ahead to see what mechanics we're dealing with here. Looks like this is just a back and forth of jumping into the trampolines and bouncing like we did in one of the other levels yesterday. The Funa level yesterday, in fact. It took forever to get through. That was thankfully the easy section of that one. Yeah, so you need to not hit the POWs because they closed the gates, I see. So this, I just need to quickly bounce back and forth, then unlock this first. Whoop. We can still practice some of this stuff, though. But then you really do need to bounce back and forth to race that over, which is going to be tricky. Nope. Need to not hit the POW. That's going to take some practice, I think. Or do you need to hit the POW? If you hit the POW once there... Yeah, the POW actually is necessary to hit. Okay, so you don't need to avoid that. You can't avoid that, really, in fact. Because you do need the block beside the bombs to be taken out. Whoops. So let's activate this first. Nope, too slow. And yeah, I'm overshooting right now. If I jump out immediately to get into that POW, then we can continue to progress. Yeah, I'm once again jumping too slowly there. And there we are. Let's be careful with this so we don't activate the block going into the pipe entrance. Looks like the squares are mostly just telling me where the cannon locations are going to be, because this is going to launch. And then we'll need to chase everything over. Yeah, cannonballs are going to get me up here, and then it's going to be spin, spin. Why would it be? Because I need to activate this. And I need to keep the mushroom up to that point, so I can take damage up top. I should have gone for the reset there instead of taking the death. That was very silly, because now we need to do the springy segment again. And it looks like the whole idea behind having the mushroom check there is to make sure you have a chance to get it out there and have an easy reset, which we unwisely did not take. Now that's okay, we'll hopefully get this bit sorted out quickly, instead of taking quite so long with it. Nope, missed this. Got up to the POW just fine. But it was the jump before that that caused some issues. There we go. Oh, and the ceiling there caught me at the very end. There we are. Not too bad once you know what you're doing. Nope, missed the damage gate. I had to adjust for the camera quite a bit. Nope. Yeah, because I don't get much visibility when I approach the spike tops. I'm looking at the ice block as well as my cue for when to go. Nope. Once again, getting too close to the muncher right away. But I'm waiting for the cannonball to pass the ice block, and then that seems like that is the cue that I should wait for to line things up, and that is correct. So, nice little visual signal there. I need to go up into this pipe in a way that does not work in Maker 2 either when it comes to that half-tile entry. Whoa, we're going to get stuffed. Okay. No second chance at a mushroom or anything. I think I just need to cycle through. So it simulates a big climb by destroying something new about the zone every time and making me go through the climb with a bit of a state swap. So we just need to be careful with this over here, and the SD lock avoidance is just a matter of being crushed by the munchers coming in from overhead. So we loop back around and there's going to be a state change. And then we do it again. Nope. Too slow. We will get crushed. So yeah, just a matter of something released by a spawn block every time we're back, with the bombs changing the state to get more enemies onto the field. Too late. Now here's an interesting idea. If you've taken damage, why can't you just ride a Muncher up and then get to the door immediately? Maybe because you would be too late to get to the door if you get pushed up by a Muncher. Yeah, we just need to avoid the Goomba here. That's the main thing to worry about, and nope. Unfortunately, that is too slow. Honestly, if I have the mushroom at that point, I don't see why I shouldn't just run through the Goomba just to save that jump. Whoops. Let's get crushed. But I think the idea should be that I bounce off the Goomba so we don't lose any time getting towards the first block. Because you do kind of need to go immediately. Hopefully I don't need the mushroom here. Nope, you're going to run into trouble the next time you see the Goomba, though, and right now, yeah. The left side column continues to be destroyed until such time as Junior gets crushed by the Muncher that drops in overhead once everything on the left column blows up. Too late. Salvageable, just not very elegantly. I wonder if spin jump past the Goomba here is going to be the solution. I don't have a good solution to the Goomba right now at all, and that's the main issue. I'm just losing too much time to jumping over it. Whoops. That was a mess. Anyway, thematically speaking, it's kind of interesting to be inside the bonsai. And we do have this overarching tree structure. Nope. Mistake. Okay, let's try it again. But yeah, this pattern going towards the first block is just not going to work at all, so... once the Goomba is in play, so we should practice something else at least that will get me a skip, like doing a spin jump over there, and hopefully being able to get over in time. Nope. And even that was too slow. Yeah, I just need to jump up towards that before we hit the bridge, perhaps, and maybe we can dodge the Goomba just fine. Yeah, that's much better. So the idea is to jump before we hit the bridge. Whoops. I wonder if something like the secret is going to be dependent on keeping a mushroom. Wow, it nearly got mold over there. And yeah, if you keep the mushroom, then you can go up top to see the secret. Let's try to do it. Let's try to do it, except... yeah, because that very obviously looks like the optional path. We'll make at least a few good attempts at that. Whoops. Given that we now know how this is going to go, as long as we don't get ambushed by the mole at the end. Yeah, a quick jump there was all that was needed. Surviving with the mushroom past that muncher. That comes up under the vine on this side, though. That's going to be one thing I'm a little concerned about, and I wonder if it's going to be a crouch jump to save it later. We'll figure that out. No, because you hit the block. Okay. We'll need to figure out this method anyway to understand how it is I'm going to survive that without landing on a muncher below. Yeah, like that. That kind of crouch jump, we'll just need to get accustomed to that pattern. Practice it a few times on the early cycles. Much smoother. And this time it will hopefully all line up properly. Nope, took damage at the last moment. Okay. We had everything down at that point, apart from the mole up top. But it's the right idea now, so we'll just continue. Past that. Okay, we'll sneak under there. And we'll just not get hit this time. We don't even need to hit that block, in fact. And here's the cake room. Excellent. A couple of fire flowers available down there. Oh, a cape as well. And we could even get a shell nut. Let's do that. Because then we can smash the cake and really devour it properly. Oh, okay, we can do that too. Can I actually smash the block under Yoshi? I don't think I can, but... So I don't think Yoshi is obtainable, as far as I can tell. Oh, whoops. That's okay, let's smash the cake. Oh, one-way panels beside the cake, so we can't smash it. Never mind. Never mind. What can we do then? Can we activate a snake block such that... Not a snake block, rather, but the, this guy here. Oh no, it bounces you up. That's too bad. I was hoping to activate that and have it head over to Yoshi. Oh, okay, so you can do that. Wonderful. Except now we lost a feather. But that's okay, we'll grab Yoshi, and I don't know if the feather is going to continue to be available over here. We've already lost our chance. Hang on. Feather, okay, great. So we'll get fully kitted out. We'll even grab this guy. Hang on, anything else? Not really. And back up we go, and it just gets you to gate, but... Nice touch at the end, spawning the vine on the gate. That just takes you up to the heavens. It's not the true ending if you don't have the Cape Shellnut, Yoshi Star, and the Fire Flower. I don't know, I think having the spring in your mouth counts just as well. We were missing the star though, so... We'll put the star on the level instead. And once again, thank you for the GGs. The next level is going to be by somebody quite familiar. It is Storm the Koopa Cruiser by Gilmore. And we'll see if the rules hold up for that level as well. It's okay, we're kind of taking the Miiverse completion screenshot in spirit, in spite of the fact that I think at this point in 2019, when 3YMM was released, Miiverse was already dead, if I recall correctly. So you just have to get the full kit on video the way I've done here. I don't remember exactly when it was that Miiverse went down, but it was definitely well before Maker 2 was approaching. Because one of the things about Maker 2 was that we were just happy to have comments back in some form. And yeah, it definitely would have been because Miiverse in Smash 4 had already gone down well before Smash Ultimate came out, for instance. And Smash Ultimate was released before these levels in 3YMM, which is astonishing to think about, because it tells you just how far we have overlapped with the Nintendo Switch era by the time you get to these levels. But of course, these are the makers who were holdouts on the Wii U all the way to the very end. And we'll look at this one by Gilmore, who is, of course, Melon Rind in the chat. And the description says, Bowser decides to spend the weekend taking the old cruiser for a spin, but Mario, snooping as usual, is determined to disturb Bowser's family vacation. Help Mario breach and sabotage the Koopa Cruiser so he can make lots of spaghetti for Mama Luigi. Alright, so it's going to be underwater. We haven't seen too many of those. Let's take a look. Alright, it's just a matter of dodging then. Interesting alternating pattern, as well as these simulated fast cannon shots that are just the cannons coming down with the burners up top, which is a use of a couple of additional entities to make them look like rockets. Yeah, very satisfying to see that rocket effect on the burners, in fact, as the cannons all fire towards you. Okay, that gate is going to release for me, and then we've been seeing some really fancy cannon stacks today between this and the document level earlier. And yeah, there we go. That was the split checkpoint. Drops down below on respawn. That's how the mushroom check operated, in a way that was not too claustrophobic for small Mario when you respawn that location. Look at that, not getting crushed by that, but being able to bump that with your head. I've seen that with a couple of the Build Blaster setups as well. This is great. The thwomp stoppage there, that's very unique. That seems like the kind of thing that if you tried to do it in Maker 2, even if it were possible, Nintendo would just delete it. Like, it just feels like the kind of thing that Nintendo would now be enforcing for some reason. And it's not even that janky or anything, it's just that it's this very unexpected combination. Or getting the thwomp in position. But yeah, some really fancy cannon effects all over the place here. Yeah, I guess it's because you have the thwomp stacked on top of the bomb, and that way. And the thwomps just aren't really that flexible nowadays. Whoops. Electrodude, welcome. And Bowser is going to be cowardly. He's going to hang out below, where nobody can reach him. Just sitting in his little cloud, which conveniently does not despawn until I try to hijack it myself. But yeah, that's going to zone you out right away, and you'll notice that this blaster coming here is based on a clown car, so there's a really neat little clown car flotation pattern that acts as base there. Electrodude, you uploaded a level for Nova's birthday. We'll have to play it soon enough, I'm sure. I was hoping to finish 3YMM early enough to do some more Maker 1 viewer levels today, but I don't think I'll get to that, unfortunately, because we got off to a fairly slow start. We'll see, though, if the remaining levels go quickly, because I believe there are 4 more after this one. I want to say, if I know how to count. Okay, let's get over here. Also, one thing you'll notice with this level is that even though we didn't have something like the forest theme at this point, that it's kind of a combination of water and overground level. Which I only mention because playing with some of the water effects is something that's such a staple of Gilmore's output in Maker 2. And yeah, Tetrateryx, the VOD is available if you want to go back to look at Life Without Mystery. We have the other Helgafan level that's coming in just a bit today as well. But yeah, I was very fond of Life Without Mystery. It did have a certain kinship with Therimon's level in 6YMM, which we noticed immediately, but the setups were incredible to look at. Probably didn't pay nearly enough attention to how the limit trickery was being managed between Mystery Mushrooms and the 1-ups. But that's because we were playing it fairly intuitively to that point. Now, it looks like we can probably do a direct strike on some of the munchers down below if we want to. Oh. What did I even hit with that? Oh, I guess it would have been Cannonball, yeah. And so yeah, as far as Helgafan goes, I was aware of his Cluttered Chaos calculator prior to that. That was, I think, a really famous Pokemon level, though, that, you know, even people who were not paying attention, like me, were still aware of. I guess I wasn't really thinking about the stacking logic here in terms of hitting the POW directly instead of trying to do some kind of fancy throw. Oh, I see. I didn't even pay attention to the blaster gate that prevents the POW from going over and hitting any of the stacks directly. And yeah, Electrodude, I can see why you like this level. Lots of stacking tricks as well as projectile dodging. Lots of projectile dodging in general. In fact, that seems to be the kind of thing Electrodude is into. But yeah, if you throw the POW, it just makes direct contact with the blaster columns that serve as the wall. And so you can just hit the POW with your head as well, and the effect is equivalent. There's really not going to be any difference. Whoops. And we'll just gradually do the unstack without thinking too hard about how the stacks were set up in the first place. And we'll just let everything fall into place. Too busy dodging to actually read how the unstack is progressing on the right side. But yeah, Life Without Mystery was definitely one of the most technically elaborate levels that we've seen so far. And like I was saying, just something that felt really intuitive too. Like, you didn't have to think about how it works. You could if you wanted, and we did, but you didn't have to play the level, which I think is always ideal when you have complicated mechanics, is that you do want the player interaction to still feel simple. So they're kind of playing the thematic thing that's going on, like collect the mushrooms or don't collect the mushrooms. Rather than sort of thinking about it in a more technically specific sense. It's true of something like this fight here as well, for instance, where you don't really have to be focused on how the on-the-stack is going, you just need to know that hitting the POW equals good, and you just survive and you do it. And we've got a couple of different exits to work with here, so we just do it until things fall apart to the point that Bowser drops off, I guess. He's not going to be crushed. It'll just be everything dropping off to the point that we are eventually given a key. But I don't exactly know how that's going to go. We'll just do a couple of POW cycles first. It's complicated on the right side enough that, whoops, I'm not able to just immediately intuit how many POW strikes we're going to be doing. And like I said, that's fine. It just means we engage with the mechanic and not think too hard about it. Whoops, I didn't mean to do a soft drop there. Or a limited throw like that. We should maybe just POW from below. That was far too close in that red cannonball. I was somewhat distracted by the coins, I have to admit. Also, still haven't seen the secrets yet. We'll have to keep an eye out since this is the boss already. I kind of get the sense that I might want to take a POW with me into the next room once I'm finished with this, assuming that POWs are still available. I feel like that's going to be the answer. Or at least something interesting that we can do. And that is assuming that a POW will spawn towards me even after I've reached a point in the unstacking that I'm able to get a key. It might not be the case, depending on the order of things. I have to admit I haven't really been looking very hard at what's giving me the POW. It does seem to be the blaster that's all the way on the right side. So yeah, the blaster all the way on the right side wall is still going to remain available even after we get the kill and unstack everything. So once we get the key, that is what we'll try to do, is to grab a new POW and take it through to the other side. Because it looks like that's definitely going to be possible. And that the POW should remain unblocked. The coins are definitely a bit of a distraction play on Bowser's part here, and a very successful one so far, as we can see. Mario is very greedy. But hey, collecting lots of money gives you life. Just like it does in reality. Oops.
Oh no!
Interesting, this coin that just... Oh, interesting. So you can technically... re-enter the pipe, maybe? I don't know. We didn't give it a proper try. I don't know if that was blocked off, but that did seem suspicious that you'd be able to do that right away. That was an interesting POW hit right there.
Oh.
Hey, let's try the pipe re-entry. That seems fancy. You never know with pipe stacking where things are going to take you. And look at that. Look at that. That was something I'm glad I noticed. Now, I don't think we can get out quickly enough with the star to do anything useful with it, given that this fight has nothing to do with the star anyway. Dev Star disguised as secret room. Well, the Dev Star, like I said, is functionally pretty useless for a fight like this,
Oh no!
apart from giving you a little bit of survival at the beginning. Let's take another look at the cake, actually. I kind of sped through it since we were trying to see how much we could do with the star. And notice that this gets destroyed when you come in, probably just for the sound effect. Yeah, but I do kind of wonder if we have an additional pass on the cake, whether that would do anything. Anything different with that already destroyed? No, it just prevents you from going back for more. Limit of 1 cake per attempt. I mean, I guess the star would kind of help for the initial round of projectiles, but it's the later rounds that are much more concerning, so... Yeah, like I've been saying, I've just been watching mostly the left side, so I haven't really been anticipating the red shots. If you're careful about watching the right side position, you can sort of see where all of the red cannons facing you are going to be, but at that point the screen is busy enough that I'm not going to be able to track that. So we just need to have good reaction time, stand relatively far to the left just to have some room to work with. Otherwise just play reactively and go for the POWs the way we've been doing so far. But yeah, things do get pretty busy as this progresses and as things unstack. Whoa, I was hoping to get a fancy little bounce over there. That did not work out. Okay. To chuck that.
Oh no!
Didn't even see that once again. Camouflaged under the coins. You'd think you'd do a little better here on a full belly of cake. On a belly full of cake, I suppose. Whoop. Let's wait this out. Oh, that was actually fairly quick. I totally forgot about taking the POW through to the next room, like I was saying. But it doesn't seem to get me anything here except... Yeah, so 3 key doors get you over here. And you come out of what looks like a bit of an exhaust pipe if you blow up the ship, I suppose. And just follow the cloud over. So yeah, taking a POW with you gets you precisely nothing, which is good to know. Because we've found a cake already anyway.
Oh yeah, Mario time.
This would be better with some Dizzy sound effects. Touch fuzzy, get what you deserve. Anyway, we stormed the Koopa Cruiser. And thank you for that, Gilmore. Glad we could show that one off. We've got 4 more to go. And we should be well on pace to finish. Next one is going to be the second Helgevan level of 3YMM. It's going to be Stack My Bricks Up. Let's see if we punch this in accurately. And thank you for the GGs. The description reads, one might think that the point of POWs and P-switches is to activate them, but here, that is incorrect. Construct the sculptures as indicated, and you may proceed. Stack my bricks up. So it's going to be another POW stacking level. I love the design of the panorama, actually. If you look at the entire left side, it seems like there's quite a bit going on here with the window layout. What I've noticed right away, in fact, with the kind of quasi-editor layout that's on the left half of the screen is that the mouse is going over to the copy button in spite of the fact that the C hotkey for copy is very clearly underlined. And so whoever's doing all the copying just decided to use the cursor anyhow. Let's take a look. So yeah, Giant or Helgevan, responsible for some of the most spectacular contraption design that we've seen. So we need to copy this. Oh, I see. So we need to create that stack. So it's just going to give me the solution, and we'll figure out what to do with it. Pow pow next to ice ice. Baby. So yeah, we'll just go 2 POWs. But we'll need to obtain 2 POWs in order to do that. So first, oh, look at that. It's a 2 pipe stack. That gives you 2 POWs immediately. Now, why would we be doing that? Probably because this will remain loaded because the whole stack is on top of the blue platform. If you have 2 POWs that are loaded here, then that's going to affect something when you come over here. By perhaps preventing something like a P activation. Yeah, it looks like there's likely some kind of P activation from, say, something pushing a shell switch or something like that. So it is asking you to copy those layouts because we're thinking about keeping the POWs loaded primarily. This looks like it would trap you on the other side and you'd have to go through the pipe. Let's not do that until we've scouted ahead, just to see what's happening. You have a huge POW snake over here. Oh, we wound up on top of this anyhow. There's quite a lot to look at here. So let's just explore the level. Let's see what is possible. And yeah, it looks like we have another double POW dispenser. And that if we dropped a POW on top of this guy, then that would remain loaded. I don't know yet why we would want to maintain that as something loaded, but we'll have to figure that out as we go. Looks like we can probably jump up here. And so yeah, there's an incentive to activate the platforms to load things into certain locations where you would be able to continue building a stack afterwards. And so I think that sort of snake stack that we saw in the hint in the last room is going to be relevant here, but exactly how has yet to be seen. Why don't we just get back here for a moment? Yeah, this creates a gate. This will push the blaster over to that lower location, but also give you a platform as an unloading zone, perhaps. That's okay, we have a couple of things that we need to do here. Let's just see what the pattern here is going to be. It's going to load that, and yeah, because entities are still available, when you load the blaster and is able to fire, it fires the muncher if the budget remains for the muncher to spawn in. So the whole idea behind this level then is to get enough POWs stacked such that you block the entity limit. Then you can come over here, raise the blaster, and then get over to the coin without a muncher spawning. So for each of these segments that you enter through the pipes in this main zone here, you need to load a certain number of POWs. And so you can see here that this is going to give you the hints for the pattern to follow in terms of having 8 POWs that stack all the way from one blaster to the next, because the idea is that once you scroll away, you need to keep all the POWs as well as both blasters loaded, so the upper blaster doesn't just fall into some other location. So we will be watching that track setup and loading 8 POWs to snake around over that arrow. If there is an arrow, duplicate it in the next room, and then we'll create a drop zone for the upper blaster that becomes relevant when we get back upstairs to do that load. So here it is. Here's the arrow, and we just need to drop it at a certain point. So the snaking setup, we just need to wrap it around the conveyor belts such that the conveyor belts do not become an issue. Whoops. Does mean that we need a bit of a half tile placement here, which we'll need to be careful about doing. I think if we start on the left side, that's much easier. And it's telling me that I will have 8 of these to work with. That seems like it's a little far over. But we should be able to kind of do a half placement after that to continue to stack, as long as we don't bop anything by mistake. And so yeah, we'll stack things so they are flush with the mushroom platform. This needs to not get loaded onto conveyor. And we are at 6 POWs so far. It's going to be 8 total to brace that. Looks like I'm not quite far enough, but we'll see. Atlantis, welcome. Nope, hang on. So hopefully this is far enough to catch the blaster. It's going to get pushed down here. And so the idea is that the blaster gets caught so it does not get loaded onto this conveyor. And we have 90 seconds to get this done so we can get to the coin. Notice, as far as checkpoint tech goes, that we have one coin collected already. I wasn't really paying attention to when that happened. But we should have 2 coins coming into the next checkpoint anyhow, and I'm sure we'll get like a ding-dong effect or something when we successfully pass. Or a yay, that works just as well. Anyway, here's the checkpoint recycler, and then that's it for that segment. Okay, so we have a couple of other segments to go to. This one, we're going to maintain both P-switches and the shell loaded in between. We don't have much time to do it, but we'll try to scout ahead and see what we can visualize ahead of time. So yeah, you've got the 2 Ps up here. I think we just placed the Ps as prescribed. As long as the Ps remain stacked. Whoops, we don't want to hit. Yeah, notice that if you place the Ps to the left or the right, they get picked up, I think, if you are past a certain point. And if they get picked up on either side, that's fine. It means the placement is not actually that fussy. We just need to be careful about picking up the shells afterwards and getting the shell loaded in the middle. We have 6 seconds remaining. We are going to reset into this one. So yeah, even if it gives you the desired solution, there is still an element of figuring out how to execute it. But I think even if it didn't necessarily give you the solution patterns, that this level would still be very playable. It's just that you would need to understand how entity gates work, and for the kind of broader player base for something like 3YMM, perhaps that was not the expectation. And, so we will pick up Buzzy and we'll throw it such that it lands in between. It's going to miss. Yeah, there's going to be a particular timing that we go for just to land that thing. Probably as the P-switches are going right to left, in fact. There we go. That loads it. Let's not die to the spikes. And let's go for the gate. And yep, this is the P-switch check. And this is the gate check. There's no muncher, so we did this successfully. And we are through. So that is 2 down. And the arrows tell you where the separate zones are going to be. On the left side here, you can see that the next solution is going to require keeping 7 objects loaded. It's going to be 6 POWs plus trapping the spike top in the middle, which looks really quite fancy. Let's do that one first. That looks like it's going to be the exit. Let's maybe not mess with that. I wonder what this is all about then. Yeah, because something would get loaded down here and dropped off the conveyor. Donut block, interesting. So yeah, I guess the idea is that you would have to escort one of the spike tops up. even once you have done the cyclical stack that we see here. Like, you need to trap it in the middle, and that we don't yet have a sense of how to do. Let's drop the donut just to see what happens. Yep. And so now it's going to go back and forth, and we can trap it. We would want the spike top to kind of wind up in the middle here and then go back though. So let's see how we're going to trap it then. Whether it is something time sensitive to do the capture. Because for all I know, it might be. To prevent a spike top from just wandering off. So yeah, right now that's the challenge, is to prevent it from just walking away, which, given that they climb everywhere, is something I'll have to think about preventing. Now, depending on where the donut block loads you, though, what if we create a trap like this first? I mean, it would just collide on the outside, though. I don't think that's going to work. Like, the collision is just going to wind up on the outside, but then if you load it like that, then it is able to walk to the right, and then we can do the trap afterwards. So, for example, we do this, it's going to go over top, but if we unseal this one then, and create just a tiny bit more space on the left side, such that it's actually able to make it through, then we can enclose it up top. Doesn't need to be totally unclosed as long as it prevents the spike top from going over, so we'll do the trap here. This is really unique. Out of all the house stacking mechanics I've seen, I haven't seen a sort of trap mechanic like this before. That's very, very fancy. Yeah, that's a great solution. Yeah. Very unusual. Okay, what's next? Down to 150. There's some chance that we'll have another timeout after this. There's a central door over here. I don't know what the related clue is for that one yet. So we'll probably go for that last, perhaps. Although this one on the right looks like it might take some time to set up, so let's see what's in the middle first. Oh, that's complex. Peas everywhere. What is that even doing? Oh, it's showing me a stack that is going to be 8 pows and 2 munchers that will probably have to replicate here where this big triangle is. So let's see where the muncher drops are going to have. The muncher drops are going to be activated how? Probably by the donuts. So you need to create the gates first such that the pows along the diagonals are able to catch the munchers. And we're going to hit a timeout here anyway, so I didn't really have a way to reset back down though, so we'll see if I can do that gracefully. Yeah, the conveyor will send me back. Well, this is a fairly easy one to work out though, so as long as the initial placement is at least somewhat graceful. probably will not be able to do it in time, but... Oops. Also, because the soft drop here, the timing gets thrown off when you try to do it while there's bounce going on. So if you want to do the drop, you have to do it while the piston is going up. In 15 seconds, we're not going to get it, but might as well practice some of these timings. This is nowhere spread enough to do the muncher catch, I don't think, because the muncher is going to drop off from the ceiling push on either corner, as we saw. Anyway, let's get back here. And we know how to do this, so let's just do it. And yeah, so when you're kind of halfway on the way up, that seems to be the ideal time to drop. And that should remain true for the rest of the stack. And we'll place the right side POW on the left and the left side POW on the right, just to be total anarchist about it. Let's not accidentally pick up POWs when we're crossing over. That's definitely a risk factor if we are trying to avoid destroying the whole stack. Let's do the right side first as well, since we won't be crossing over it. Look at these POWs just happily bouncing up and down in a very springy motion. Okay, this should be sufficient, I think. I'm a little concerned about the POW on the right side in terms of it being far enough. I feel like the right side POW isn't going to catch, so let's just change the placement slightly. Nope. Yeah, the whole right side stack I think will need some fixing anyway, but we'll try to do that. That should be good. We'll see. And let's get both munchers loaded. Donut block is going to drop one and drop the other, and great. That's going to be just fine. That's a yay. The fact that we picked up a coin first makes me wonder if there is something like an anti-key death mechanism that's going to go on here, given that we had one coin before we cleared any of the individual rooms, and that we will have a key after we clear the last room. But let's take a look at this right side. 2 POWs and 5 Ps, and oh sorry, 3 POWs, 5 Ps, and that kind of trap. I don't know if the POW and P order is going to matter. I assume that it would affect how you do the placements in such a way that you don't accidentally activate a P, which seems to be the major risk factor here. And of course, we don't know how the spinies are going to drop into position either, so let's just do the room and find out. Whoops. My mistake. One thing that should not go unappreciated here is the way that the level sets up the demonstration units in terms of making them visible and setting everything up with the tracks to give the player the demo solution in advance. That requires quite a lot of trickery on its own. So yeah, eventually we'll be activating the blaster when we go through that gate. We don't know how the Spinies get in position yet, and that's really important to establish. I think we would just need to do the POW and P placements to get that going. Oh, we'd better look at the demonstration again. Just snap it into memory. So yeah, the P's branch out on either side, and then it's just the right side tree that's going to continue unstacking. So yeah, it looks like you have a stack of 5 pipes spawning 5 P's, and then right now everything's a bit clogged up. It's going to spawn 3 at once, which we did not see earlier, but we will be able to do that, and then that's how we get 3 POWs here as well. That we'll just need to stand carefully to understand how to build the rest of the structure. Yeah, I always appreciate construction-based ideas like this, because the interaction feels very flexible, I think. Can we stand a little bit over? Yes, we can. We'll pop POW on top of that, and then it'll be 2 additional P's on either side. And Snidjar, welcome. There we go. Now, do I have room for the Spinies to actually be loaded? I'm a little concerned about this one on the left. Let's create a bit more space. Because if it's something like the donut loaders that we saw earlier, we do need a bit of a drop location for all this to activate properly. But that should be okay. And we'll see how the gates performs the load. Yes, it's going to be blasters firing the Spinies, and oh, it's going to sail over. So we missed. The P on the right side was just a little bit too far over. Well, that's a lot to reset. That's going to be a pretty substantial redo, unfortunately, for such a small thing. But now we know how that mechanism is going to work in terms of what the loading method is going to look like. And this is, I think, why we also have these mushroom platforms here as alignment pieces, just to give yourselves a visual reference point for the spacing. Yeah, let's create bigger gaps all over. And we'll branch these out. And this P just needed a bit of adjustment on the right side. That's too close, as you can see. That's a lot better. Snidjar, yes, I'm aware of that. I don't know how public that is yet, but if he's been talking about it on his own Discord, maybe. My understanding is that even last year, Kavik was trying to step back into more of a supervisory role, and he still wound up putting about 300 hours into the testing and curation, and that was just in-game, like on top of all the other management, and I think it's just too much work at this point, even when you bring other people on staff and have other people helping with the coordination, so it did seem like it's probably not going to run this year. I think that's alright. Like, we've got a lot of community stuff going on. We have 5 seconds. I'll have to redo this anyway. Too slow. Yeah, I feel like there's enough robustness in the community at this point when it comes to just how much activity there has been going on with the puzzle contests and such that it'll be nice to see an alternative. I also think that 2022 is going to be kind of abnormally busy for Nintendo players. It's going to be absolutely crazy, in fact. Like, I saw, Xenoblade 3 being announced for September, and in the back of my mind I'm going, oh no. Not because I dislike Xenoblade, but because I actually do play Xenoblade, and, for people who follow that series, that's a massive amount of time right there, and also something that's prospectively too close to Zelda. I'm actually quite glad I'm not a Pokemon player, because you can imagine the Pokemon players looking at the Scarlet and Violet announcements and also saying, oh no. And yeah, Sinjar, yeah, YMM is very much its own brand, so it's, as far as a kind of successor project goes, it'll be interesting to see what people decide on. I mean, I haven't given much thought to it yet myself in terms of a new naming convention, but, like, if you let me know about the discussion on that, let's see if I can come up with anything. But yeah, we should definitely talk about that further. I'd love to have more Mario Maker community projects in the long term. I think that Maker 2 still has a lot of potential life left in it. The main thing that will be difficult to replace is that a lot of the kind of long-term continuity of the YMM project rode heavily on the fact that Kavik had really good social connections in the community that date back to Maker 1 in terms of having contact with things like the Japanese scene, and also being able to call in some of the biggest streamers in the game that have mostly kind of drifted off Maker 2 at this point. I don't think the sort of activity among the makers is going to be something that's as much of a problem, because the scene is honestly still very active. You have new blood in it all the time. I think the levels for a well-curated project are going to be fantastic. I absolutely trust that to be the case. Like, I think the level of quality among dedicated makers, especially when they have a big playtesting process like in YMM, is going to lead to some pretty good results. But the kind of sense of a global reach, and also a reach that goes back to the Maker 1 community, I think that's going to be much more difficult to reestablish. We didn't find anything like a cake, did we? I feel like I am missing something. I don't know if the donuts here are going to have anything to do with it, but I'm reluctant to take the goal right away until we've established something here. And yeah, Lantis made the website for the original 1-2-3 series, in fact, that we've been using all this time. And Lantis is also the only one who was, other than Kavik, a part of every single installment. Tetrateryx, you're saying when it was 2 years old, it was a 2YA level collection that was separate. And yeah, so hopefully we can, get a lot of people back together, and we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I'm reluctant to take this until we kind of have a better idea. Did I miss the cake? Let me scan the hub zone first, just in case. Because I don't think I missed something in the hub. But it's... oh, I shouldn't have re-entered this. Yeah, let's get kicked back out first. We also don't want to take key death, unless there is an anti-key death, in which case maybe that would be interesting, but let's go back and just try to reset everything and get kicked back out to the hub, if we can. Did we ever enter this thing? Or is this exit only? It looks like it's exit only. Alright, we may as well just take the clear then, because I don't think I saw an opportunity to get a kick. Electrodude, you're telling me sound is dead. I'm seeing sound active on my end. So let me know if that's actually still the case, or if it fixed itself. Let's just take it. I feel like I missed a secret, but I also don't see where it could have been, so. But without the maker present to corroborate some of that, we just won't know. And yeah, Electrodude, thanks for keeping your ear to the ground when it comes to whether the audio is functional. I'm glad it did manage to restore itself somehow. Otherwise, it's a real pain to deal with on the Wii U when it comes to getting everything reset. So anyway, that was Stack My Bricks Up. I'm looking at the layout carefully here to see if maybe we would have missed anything else, but it doesn't seem so. I think maybe we did see what we needed. I just didn't see something that resembled a cake, that's all, and so that seems suspicious. Anyway, the next level is going to be Chain Chomp Palace by Pascal. Pascal, who I think goes by GM Pascal in Maker 2, and is a maker that I've featured in Maker 2 quite a few times before in the past. Let's bring his up. Yeah, I remember in early Maker 2 when a couple of these makers, particularly some of the ones in Germany for some reason, like Pascal and Fabio and so on, just decided to adopt a GM like it's a clan tag or something that was supposed to stand for good maker or something like that. It was rather silly, but anyway, here's Pascal, or Patty, as he was also known at this point. And Chain Chomp Palace is indeed a palace. Almost like a Las Vegas casino with a big flashy 3YM sign at the entrance. Let's take a look. Yeah, the main thing, Snindjar, about... I mean, obviously, you know, however the new community project is working, I'm sure that people will want to kind of have their own ideas about how to run it, but the thing that made the YMM project so centralized in some ways was not just the playtesting, which is honestly a lot more rigorous than you might think it is, in terms of just the sheer amount of time that people put into it, but also the very well-defined sense of a house style for the project, which, you know, did require a lot of people to kind of keep their own impulses in check when it came to either a difficulty or indication or things like that, that there was a very clear project style, much more so than with pretty much any other maker collaboration I can think of. And I think that's actually quite instrumental to the success of these projects in terms of being accessible to people in the long term. That there were some pretty clear standards in terms of SD long syndication, difficulty, etc. And it does require a lot of the makers involved to kind of keep their egos in check, which I think is probably the hardest part, because you're dealing with, generally very good makers who have a good reason to have a big ego about it. But when you return to levels like these after a long time, you can see why having that kind of project aesthetic really pays off. Electrodude, I was not thinking so much that GM would stand for Germany, simply because most of them who are actually Germans would just go DE for Deutschland, or something like that. You might have made a third Ichigo Mole level. Yeah, it would be nice, Tetraterix, if... Like, I know that you want to make sure that you actually have a fairly high-profile audience, or release environment for something that you're going to put that much time into. But the puzzle community has become so healthy lately in Maker 2 that I wonder if that would potentially provide a good release context for one of your big mega puzzle ambitions that would reach a player base that would be very appropriate for it, because the player numbers might not necessarily be that high in total, but it seems like elaborate puzzle levels are more and more successfully reaching a very stable core of puzzle players that is only growing, and that's something that I would keep an eye on, like that, as an alternative to something like a YMM-style project release, because I'd love to see more puzzles from you, and I know that it's a huge commitment, that you don't just want to release without that sort of additional testing and packaging around it. So, whoops. Yeah, because I get the sense that, currently, if you look at the major puzzle contests that have been going on recently, they've received dozens and dozens of entries. Like, they're pulling 40 or 50 entries every time now. The ones that Grakowski has been running. Now, they have been on a fairly short timescale, though, and I know it's on a timescale that's much too short for, the Tetraterix-style puzzles that take half a year to construct, if not more. But I wonder if that community, just as one example, could also potentially set up something that's for puzzles that are on a longer scale, like, kind of like a marathon puzzle project. As the very opposite of something like the one-screen contest. Yeah, and as far as the 4YMM level goes, like, I think that's just part of the consequences of the, kind of very broad spread of projects like YMM, is that you have puzzle levels reach a lot of people who are definitely not puzzle players. And you were not the only one, I think, whose level did encounter some negativity because of that. Like, I was thinking of Ragnarok X's Yoshi level, for instance, is one that had a certain amount of blowback, and I thought that one was fantastic as well. As far as Yoshi puzzle levels go, since we're on that subject. Which is why I'm really glad to see the puzzle community take off, because like it's such a specific style in many ways that needs to reach players with a friendly mindset, that even if the kind of overall player numbers are much lower, the number of meaningful engagements that are positive and open-minded seems to be easier to come by. And yeah, you were saying the Yoshi Egg level is one of the main inspiration for structuring the Lord of the Shellments. That's interesting. I hadn't thought about that. And okay, let's move up here. To engage with what Electrodude was saying earlier. Yeah, having played a lot of the Electrodude speedruns in the past, no, I think I generally like the idea of a lot of the YMM levels being kind of like an entry-level approach to a lot of what the makers are capable of. That, you know, the people who really know troll mechanics or shell mechanics would kind of have to keep that in check, but if you wanted to explore their work, you could get into their list and do that. That's partly valuable for me because that means I can actually clear everything, for one thing. Which would not be the case if we had, you know, shell levels in it. But let's see here. Okay, in we go. Obviously, any kind of successor project is really going to play by its own rules, and I suspect would be much more flexible because when things are less centrally managed, I think that's the tendency of what people want to do. I think we'll likely see that play out in a way that, you know, highlights both the advantages and disadvantages of doing it that way, in terms of having projects be a little more loosely structured. There was kind of an alternative list like that that was sort of concurrent with 4YMM, in fact, if you remember some of the levels that were labeled as like 1YMM2 or whatever, which were a little more scattered. That was very much a voluntary thing where anybody could just kind of add themselves to the level list and tag themselves accordingly, but it did attract some pretty decent makers on its own. But again, I was saying, you know, less centrally managed, that comes with its own drawbacks. Makers have a much more flexible time of it, and that can sometimes lead to some really good results. At the same time, it's not as much its own cohesive thing. We'll see. I'd just be happy to get into making levels again at all, because I've had so little time to do it. Even within the past year. And I have way too many things in my Maker 2 draft box that need tidying. You know, just in terms of finishing the stuff. And Tetraterix was saying that's the way 2YA was as well, yeah. Yeah, Electrodude, the thing is that it's all about the audience that you're trying to reach, right? Because, like, the fact that YMM was such a prominent thing meant that, as with going back to 1, 2, and 3, the way I've been doing here, that it needs to be playable for people who are extremely lapsed from the game or who are completely new to playing decent makers at all, right? It was very often an entry point for people getting back into the game. Like, you had a couple of people streaming 5 and 6YMM, for instance, who had not played Maker since 4YMM because they had burned out on Endless or Versus or anything else and didn't have the connections that would get them to good levels by people who remained active as makers. And so because it's appealing to that audience of people who are coming back sometimes after a long time or who are just kind of new to good maker levels, I think that's why it's sort of important to not have too much of a community knowledge requirement when it comes to things that you can't really intuit for yourselves. So troll mechanics are one example of that. Indicators are a very strong example of that. That, you know, if you play enough Mario Maker, everybody kind of knows what a lot of the track indicators are telling you. But if you've been away from the game for a year, or if you have not kind of played a lot of advanced Maker content before, that stuff would be completely inaccessible to you. And I think that's a big part of that that can't really be ignored. Same with the SD lock prevention, for that matter. Because if you're coming in from other platforming games, whether you know it or not, SD lock prevention is actually such a critical part of one's sense of a game being professional and polished. So I find that, you know, in general, I agreed with a lot of the requirements that Kalvik was imposing on this, even though it took me sometimes a lot of work and a lot of kind of back and forth playtesting and negotiation to get my own levels up to an acceptable point. Like, it's a lot of work and a lot of unpleasantness sometimes to play ball with that as a maker, but in the end, I do believe it's worthwhile. We didn't see the right side of that whole stack there. I feel like I should have descended down low. If we take a death, we will go back to that and try it, I think. Because it really does feel like I missed something. Let's try it, let's try it, let's go back. And let's go over here. And Electrodude, you're saying, why are long puzzles allowed if you don't think they're beginner friendly? Well, it depends, right? Like, you're not dealing with often the kind of things like the more obscure mechanics that you see in one-screen puzzles. Like, if you look at a lot of the puzzles that we played from Tetraterix, for instance, like the very recent ones here in 2 and 3YMM, you don't actually need to know the mechanics going in, because they give you enough of a self-contained tutorial on how things like the wall walking works in Lumber into Walls, for instance. So yeah, we did miss the pink coin here earlier, so I'm glad I went back to check that, and we'll need to go back to check that again. So, you know, if you were talking about things like one-screen puzzles that required you to understand very specific collision mechanics and such, there's a reason that those would not have made it in. Whereas the puzzles that I think did make it in with a lot of unique mechanics did a pretty good job of teaching those mechanics. It's just that you kind of need to take a puzzle-solving mind in with you, and that's not something that's, you know, obscure community knowledge, right? It's something that you can still do if you are coming in from other games. And so I think that's the main difference, is that I don't think it's the case that any puzzle mechanic would have been allowed. I think a lot of them were pretty specifically not going to be a good fit if they were too obscure. Like something like the Tetris puzzle is probably the limit of what YMM was going to tolerate in terms of, you know, escape room style decryption. And that's very, very entry level, right? Like if you play escape rooms as much as I do, the Tetromino translation level is absolutely nothing. It's very clear, in fact. It was very interesting, in fact, to see some of the playtesting feedback for things like the Grikowski Cosmic Compass level, for instance, where people who do not play as much Mario Maker in some ways would have an easier time with it because they're not trapped in as many assumptions about how to visualize the foreground and the background. Likewise, if you go back to the older YMMs, I think it's true of something like the RN level that we saw in 1YMM, which was, you know, kind of a very significant early prototypical example of what we would now think of as these aesthetically driven escape room clues. Tetraterix, I'll catch up on what you're telling me about Toadstool Tower Tragedy in a moment. I should really pay attention to where I'm going here. Let's do a chomp ride. We'll miss. The concept of the level was that Bowser's minions have attacked the Toadstool Tower, the tallest building in the Mushroom Kingdom, and Mario must escape. Yeah, when we do more Maker 1 Tetraterix, I know that like I want to prioritize Ichigo Mole, but hopefully we'll have time to go through some older stuff as well. I may be taking a little bit of a break from Maker 1 after we're finished with 3YMM. I do want to do more Maker 1 at some point, but my schedule is looking really full for March, so we might be off this for a couple of streams, and we'll kind of come back and do more Maker 1 as we go. And Electrodude, you're still not able to solve the Tetromino level. I kind of don't want to spoil it. But I'm trying to think of a way to give like a gentle hint for how to approach it. Which is a little difficult when I'm playing a totally different level at the same time. But let's just do this. I mean, Electrodude, you get as far as understanding that each of the rooms gives you a letter of the alphabet. Like, did you understand that much? That might be a big giveaway, but that's kind of the first thing that you have to know. And that's not a huge spoiler, I don't think. The level was intended as a subtle reference to the 2-year anniversary. Oh, yeah, because that would have been 16 years of the other September 11th. It's funny because you mentioned the Tower Tragedy and I didn't even think of that. Okay. Let's do this. Yeah, Electro Dude, I've always found it strange that you don't like puzzles. I mean, it's okay if you don't like puzzles, but you know, considering that your mechanical knowledge of Maker 2 is quite strong, it's not a big step to go from that, and also that you're from a sort of computational background, that it's not a big step to just put those two things together and solve puzzles, right? It's not like you don't have the skill set for that. I mean, if you don't enjoy it, that's perfectly fine. That's something that is shared by a lot of other very good makers. It's just not going to fit with the pace of play that some people expect. But I absolutely think that in a sort of counterfactual universe where you enjoyed puzzles, you absolutely have the skill set to be good at them. It's funny because, like I've been saying, I didn't really play puzzles in Maker 1. And in spite of coming from a background in a lot of other puzzle games, it's just something I didn't really think about doing in Maker 1 for some reason. And it was in Maker 2 that I got really hooked on them, shortly before 4YMM, I would say. Because in the lead up to 4YMM, I was playing a lot of puzzles by good makers that I was newly introduced to. And I had no idea I'd enjoy them as much as I ended up doing. Particularly as a streamer, I think, you know, even people who do enjoy puzzles are sometimes a little bit anxious about streaming them because nobody likes the dead time of looking very stuck for ages without progressing. I mean, everything past a certain point in Mario Maker takes patience. You know, for me, a lot of hard platforming takes much more patience than the puzzles. But yeah, it's all about what people kind of find comfortable as their pace of playing, where with a lot of puzzles, you do have to be willing to not just be itchy with the controls all the time, but actually sit back and read what's going on, right? And just kind of stop and process that. I think not everybody's into that. And yeah, Tetratarix, to go back to what you were saying earlier, I remember the marketing for the first Mario Maker being very cautious in wording the release date as the 11th of September, because like that's, you know, a little less associated with 9/11, at least in the American mindset. But it's, in spite of being 14 years removed from 2001, we missed so much stuff. And that it seemed like at that point, that was the first really significant product release I can remember that was on that date. I mean, no doubt there had been some other ones prior to that, but that's the first really kind of notable bit of marketing that I remember trying to work around that to, you know, on one hand, avoid a situation where we just never release anything on the 11th ever again. But at the same time, be a little bit sensitive to the optics there. Whoops. Whoops. Let's See, I'm trying to see what I'm supposed to whip with the K. I haven't really had a good read on this yet. Looks like I'm supposed to go up. No. Not. Let's try this side. Just to see what's up here. Who is holding the key? Let's... Can we whip this guy? Yep, we can. Can we whip the other guy? I feel like I'm probably already down a coin at this point, which is not great news. It looks like I am supposed to fly up here, but that I'm missing one coin, or whatever secret is buried over there. Yeah, because this is definitely, well, it looked like something, but we'll head over here and climb out of the palace, and there's the key door, but I am still... Oh, okay, here's the final coin. Here we go. We did get the key. I didn't even pay attention to where coin 5 was. I thought I had missed one, but luckily that was not the case. Yeah. I wasn't really paying that much attention, so... in terms of secrets placement in this level, so I'm glad we did manage to find this, considering how long I took on some of the earlier bits. Let's grab some stars, and let's try not to lose Yoshi. Let's grab some fire. Did I trap myself? No, I didn't. I can just go down here. There we go. What else can I do here? Not much. Let's just take the gate. And yeah, that's what I was thinking about the boss structure as well, but the thing is that... I mean, a safety coin is always going to be after a boss fight when there is a boss fight with the key door, right? So you can't just skip it. But when I was at the boss, it looked like I was on 4 coins rather than 5, and that's why I suspected that maybe I missed one prior to that, simply because a lot of levels will go all coins -1, and then boss fight, boss door, and then the safety coin for the bonus door. So when I hit the boss, I was sort of thinking that maybe I missed something, but at the end we got coin 5, we got coin 6, and everything was sorted out, so. Electrodude, you were saying you have a course for classical cryptography. And, well, how classical are you talking, right? Like, if you're... Like, it's something that I'm a little bit away from myself, but I'm thinking about having worked with some of that in the past. Like, it's something that you're able to apply a process to, I guess, if you sort of understand the encryption scheme you were dealing with in the first place. By classical, I'm guessing you're thinking of modern as stuff like RSA and such, and classical being, you know, various substitution ciphers and stuff like that. But anyway, let's move on from that. Chinchomp Palace. Next level is going to be Dragonfish Slayer by Macho Man. So let's bring that up. Okay, Dragonfish Slayer. Yeah, when you're saying basically everything that's not being used anymore, I mean, I feel like stuff like RSA is very distinct before and after when it comes to encryption schemes. Like, there's definitely, you know, encryption schemes that did not involve prime numbers and encryption schemes that do. Or in terms of just thinking about computational complexity as being that locking mechanism. But it's been a while since I've looked at that stuff directly myself, so. The description for Dragonfish Slayer reads, after traveling throughout the land in search of the princess, Mario finds himself in another of Bowser's castles. But this one isn't like any other he has entered. It is the lair of a very rare and dangerous dragon-like creature, which consumes fishes to empower its scales. In order to get through the castle alive, Mario must ride the beasts and destroy their source of power. To make matters worse, Bowser left some of his troops behind to help end Mario's princess-saving career once and for all. Can you help Mario survive the odds and win this terrifying battle? Yeah, Macho Man was another maker who is active in Maker 2, and I played a lot of his creations in the past. Was also in 4YMM, I believe. But I wasn't familiar with his Maker 1 output, I don't think, so we'll see what this one is going to look like. Document, welcome. Document, we started with your level today. And I see that you have come in at last, fashionably late, as if to say, you're all clear, kid, let's blow this thing and go home. Which would only be thematically appropriate. Let's actually watch the kill notice at the beginning of this level. We need to kill the Cheeps. Yeah, we just need to stomp through this guy. And so, yeah, I think we need to dunk as many of the Cheeps as we can. And because we're small, the platforms will remain available and we just kill everything. Hence, Dragonfish Slayer. And yeah, Document enjoyed the VOD. We're wondering all the way to the end whether there was some kind of secret I missed, but given that the cake appeared at the finish as the little post-completion bonus, I assumed that maybe I had in fact seen it all. But yeah, I always cut the sort of permanent long-term VOD afterwards, so it'll be available for you for your enjoyment after the fact. Did I already miss a coin? I felt like there was one earlier. And that if you go for that coin, you have to wall jump back and forth to get back in position. So in terms of pink coins, we are looking at a total of 7 once again. And so we'll see what the pacing of those is going to be like. And okay, let's continue. And let's try to get a double stomp here. We'll miss. And so the fish are going to be way too spread out for my purposes. I was hoping to get a faster kill on these, but I think as long as we get rid of all of them by the time we're at the end of the track, we should be fine. So the fact that I've gotten rid of them up to that point that quickly doesn't seem to do that much different in terms of the stake change. It's not like unlocking entities at this point gives me pipe spawns or anything like that. There isn't a location for that, so I would assume that we have until the end of the track. And we'll see if that actually turns out to be the case. So yeah, given the current pace of this stream, it looks like I will finish the rest of the 3YMM, but I don't necessarily expect to have time for anything like viewer levels afterwards. This will not be the end of Maker 1 coverage on this stream, but I might be, as I said earlier, taking a bit of a break from Maker 1 to do a few things that are kind of back in the Maker 2 puzzle mold that I've been missing out on lately, and also hopefully doing Kirby later this month. In a couple weeks. I've been massively overloaded with more games than I can play, even more so than usual. Ordinarily, I'd be all over something like Triangle Strategy, which is coming out in a day or two, I believe. But I just do not have time, and everything's been a little bit overstuffed. You decided after 2YMM that you weren't going to hide the cakes, yeah. I mean, the cake at the end of this one here in 3YMM was still quite satisfying. And the thing is, like, a lot of your setups are already so budget heavy to begin with that, you know... let's redo this and grab the coin like we did earlier. Yeah, Electrodude, I'm hoping to stream it. I'm not like a really die-hard Kirby player. I've missed a lot of the games like the ones on 3DS, like, you know, Triple Deluxe and Robobot and such. I did play Star Allies, but Star Allies was kind of a weird one if you're doing it solo, since it was so clearly designed for co-op. But yeah, a lot of the platforming in the new Kirby does look very intriguing, though. In some ways, maybe even more reminiscent of 3D World than Odyssey, but we'll see, because Odyssey was kind of like a technically a Kirby game in Mario's clothing to begin with. And whoa, nearly got a bullet in the face that time. So yeah, it looks like this is going to be something entity-based, depending on the Cheep Cheeps. I'm just looking at this to figure out like how this works, because it looks like if you get rid of the Cheep Cheeps, then you have all of these bomb spawns going. But how does that affect the Muncher push that goes all the way up? I am not entirely sure about that, in fact, because I'm looking at this and I would think that the only thing that is affected by not killing the Cheeps is by having, say, an insufficient number of bombs, or, yeah, so the POW would come down and the POW would probably just drop on top of you if there is a POW activation, right? Like, the fail condition seems to be the POW blowing up. And so that would depend on the bombs being lit up by the fire. And so I'm just trying to discern, like, why that would be affected by the Cheep Cheep count. And I don't think I got a good look at that. Whoops. Well, if we eventually fail one of these, we'll have a very good look at that, so... And yeah, as far as Star Allies go, it seems like Star Allies was much more about, you know, the pleasure of fooling around with the moveset. It's not so much about the challenge, but more about just kind of playing with the toolkit. And the vast number of copy abilities that were available. Especially in some of the post-game modes where you kind of lock yourself to a certain party. But it was very much a sort of fool around with kid kind of game, and that's the thing with Kirby platforming in general, is that, you know, coming from something like Mario, it does feel very floaty, because that's one of the central mechanics, is just being able to do the float anywhere you like, and... So it's very easy to kind of get yourself into a pattern where you wind up playing the games a little too slowly if you don't have great control over your movement and staying low on the ground. I found that in the past, generally my favorite Kirby games have been the really unconventional ones, like the paintbrush ones, both of them, on DS and Wii U. Canvas Curse and Rainbow Curse if you're an NA. Whoops. But yeah, it seemed like if you had the crew of 4 in Star Allies on screen, that, you know, part of the issue is that you wouldn't really have that much control over them, and so they were kind of mainly there to give you combo powers to play with. Because it did kind of seem like the bots were just doing everything for you, I think. That was a bit of an issue. I didn't do a lot of the really advanced content in Star Allies, though, because some of it came out in patches after I had mostly drifted off the game. So, might be something I look at some point. I remember picking up Star Allies in first place in 2018 because at that point it felt like the Switch was kind of abnormally low on 2D platformers. Because around the same time in 2018 there was just the Tropical Freeze port for people who had not previously played it. And I love Tropical Freeze to bits, but you know, in terms of new 2D content, it looked like 2D was kind of on the back burner again after having had such a successful run on the Wii U. Now, that was before the huge vanguard of independent games really showed up on Switch, along with Mario Maker, which has now kind of returned 2D platforming to its natural state as my most played genre. Whoops. Yeah, I think in the back of my mind I still think of 2D platforming as the default video game, which is a very old-fashioned, you know, 80s and 90s way of thinking. Like a pre-Doom way of thinking. And for the longest time I was thinking that, you know, maybe the sort of default mode of video games for younger players now is the first-person shooter, but I think even that has become an outdated idea, and that I've become more and more aware of the fact that for many years now, that if there is something like a default style, it is the very kind of waypoint-heavy, quest-heavy, RPG-style open world that you see in Horizon, Assassin's Creed, etc. Like, you know, basically the kind of post-Skyrim, but very third-person oriented style of game. Like, I feel like that's kind of the background noise of the industry these days in a way that 2D platformers used to be 30-some years ago. That might just be my sense from
Oh no!
sort of watching some Horizon streams about a week ago and thinking, wow, this looks really, really familiar. Even though I don't play much of that stuff myself, because I A, don't tend to do that well in 3D, and B, don't like guidance.
Oh no!
Yeah, I think when Mario Maker came out, it really highlighted to me just how much user content had always been in the background for me in terms of being important to me in a way that I hadn't necessarily thought about. It was a huge part of Warcraft 3 for me, obviously. Warcraft 3, really one of the greatest custom scenes of all time. Probably the best one until Mario Maker, in some ways. Although I never got into things like Minecraft, in terms of community content, so... but then, you know, just to have that marriage between level editor games and Super Mario was a pretty ideal convergence for me as well. Although, like I've often said, I did drift off of Maker 1 a lot in the periods in which it was most active, which is why I'm doing so much catch-up nowadays. But yeah, I'm thinking back to, you know, stuff that was available on the NES, and I was doing level editing and Lode Runner and Battle City, like if you remember the tank game that had a top-down view and which had a level editor to it. Not a very sophisticated one, it was just, you know, placing blocks, but I spent a lot of time just fooling around with stuff like that. But the thing that makes Mario is such a natural fit for that is that from the standard games we have such a common language for it. Even though Mario Maker is very much its own beast now, and its genres are something that were in some ways unprecedented. In a way that you can never really have like a commercial troll level game, for instance, because the whole idea of a troll level is that you have existing expectations of how things are normally supposed to work. And so it's always going to be something that's, you know, against a background that has already been established, right? And so you have stuff like that all over the place in Mario Maker that is very community dependent, but dependent on the notion that we all kind of have this shared memory of how Mario ordinarily works. And what the common design tropes are and how to read them. There we go. At long last. And hey, we took care of the fish already, so I just need to not die. Given how much platforming this segment involves, I'm really glad I took care of the sheeps already up to this point. I was hoping to avoid that. I thought I would be able to beat the Munchers at that timing, and that was not the case. So, that was a long way to go, only to meet an untimely end. Yeah, this is a great concept, though. Really amazing just how much stuff I continue to see in both Maker 1 and 2 that is truly new to me. That's a drop. Yeah, Left 4 Dead is something I admittedly don't know that much about. I did try Left 4 Dead 2 when it went free to play on Steam a couple years ago, but I basically just dabbled in it. Didn't feel like I understood it.
Oh no!
So I didn't know it had that much of a custom scene on its own.
Oh no!
But yeah, it's always interesting to see what community content experience people take with them into Mario Maker, because it seemed like this was kind of this convergence of a couple of different video game generations of thinking about that stuff. Like, you would have that Minecraft generation, which a lot of people are coming from, and
Oh no!
you know, people who are getting in from all sorts of eras of just poking around in editors or playing around with game design generally. But yeah, as I think we've discussed before, Document, this whole thing of, you know, creating your own Mario levels and mechanics and such is something that people were already dreaming about on paper anyway, to various extents, like, you know, whether they actually map it out on grid paper or just do a looser sketch.
Oh no!
There was clearly a lot of desire for it, just right off the bat. And then having it implemented as this very mix and match game with tons of mechanical interactions, I think was really what's completed this. Just, you know, being able to make a lot of custom advanced mechanics in combination, which was the point at which it went from Mario Maker to Super Mario Maker.
Oh no!
When we looked back to how the game was originally promoted back in 2015. No,
Oh no!
overshooting that. You used to dream about making your own Star Tropics levels. That's one I don't hear too often. But yeah, Star Tropics definitely still has a dedicated base after all this time. But yeah, I used to... Whoa. Let's grab the coin and then talk. I used to do this stuff much more on the PC side. I mean, platformer-wise, like a Load Runner would have been the kind of seminal experience for me in terms of custom layouts, but mostly I was working with things like strategy games. You know, modding Civ or Alpha Centauri. Obviously getting into StarCraft and Warcraft. On the editor level, although I was not really that advanced. Mostly just played a lot of the customs.
Oh no!
Yeah, Yeah, a lot of Mario Maker has this kind of engineer appeal to it that would not be the case if it were purely just a layout editor that didn't think so hard about how original mechanics would work with each other, which is, well, first of all, why it's such a disappointment that Nintendo would clamp down on a lot of things that are perceived glitches, but secondly, something that you have to give them a lot of credit for when it comes to how thoughtful the implementation of certain items are. Even something just as basic as the Muncher, right? Like having the Muncher be the collision piece of the game completely changed the perception of what Munchers are and what they are used for. Like, it's not
Oh no!
something that had any precedent in Mario design. But I'm thinking about stuff like, you know, the SMB2 mushroom in Maker 2, for instance, which, as I always say, like, it's actually much more satisfying to see that work with all of the existing mechanics and enemies in SMB1 than to have it spun off into a separate style. I think it's much more satisfying to have the SMB2 mushroom the way that we received it in the end. Because the depth of the interactions is so well thought out in terms of all the different things you can do with it. That was a long shot, and we got it. Okay. Past that segment, we have one more fish to deal with once we get past that Muncher.
Oh no!
And yeah, Tetratrax, I actually heard you say quite a lot about Star Tropics in the past, I think, but like I know that was kind of a big game for you. I don't remember when that came up, but I do remember that coming up.
Oh no!
And you have work in the morning? Yeah, have a good night, Document, and do enjoy the VOD of the technological terror you constructed when you do have a chance to look at it. I did admittedly take a while with it, but you'll see why. I'm missing by a block over and over.
Oh no!
And yeah, I know what Star Tropics is. It's one of those games that I didn't realize until I was much older was not really known outside of North America. Because, of course, you know, when you're playing Nintendo games when you're young, you don't really discern that stuff, right? Like, in terms of which studio is working on what and what regional differences are. And people would kind of grow up with their own regional localizations, the way that you would have people who still think of Star Fox as Starwing, and Star Fox 64 as Lilat Wars, stuff like that.
Oh no!
Or even with Kirby, what we were saying earlier with Canvas Curse and Rainbow Curse versus the less accursed forms of the paintbrush in EU. The one that I always remember actually is the difference in localization for Advance Wars, where the commander names are completely different between regions. But in the case of Star Tropics, I think it was a game that, because it was from the American side, it just didn't have much visibility outside of that.
Oh no!
Much as how there's still a lot of Japanese content that we're not getting, even though at this point I think Nintendo players in the West are perfectly aware that we are still waiting on Mother 3 in some kind of official release. I actually do have the Mother 3 fan translation kicking around, and I don't know if I'll find time to stream that at some point, but it's something that I kind of have on the back burner as future content if we ever find a time for it, which is difficult. The Cheep Cheeps that were remaining in this pattern were so far up front that I just didn't have a good opportunity to strike, because I think the ones up front you kind of have to take care of as early as you can, because when the snake block has a winding pattern here much later on, you just don't get a chance to get that far ahead. And you kind of need to take advantage of all this horizontal space early on if you want to go for those. There we go. That's slightly better. Oh, that was a big miss. Oh, straight into the firefish. But yeah, I know practically nothing about Star Tropics 2 other than the fact that it exists. I often forget there was a second game. But back in that era, I was not that attentive to a lot of the Nintendo series outside of Super Mario. Like, even a lot of the big series like Zelda and Metroid and so on, I caught up on long after the fact, in some ways. I mean, I was always aware they were there, and I knew about them, but it took me a while to actually get to those. Anyway, let's pop this. And keep missing over and over like we had done previously, and as I was saying earlier, having these ones up front be the ones that remain is really not convenient. Yeah, Star Tropics 2 was one of the last ones released for NES, 1994. Yeah, that's later than any other NES release I can name, because I'm thinking about stuff like the Yoshi puzzle game, or Kirby being released in, I think, 93, like the NES Kirby being released in 93, when it was already a presence on Game Boy. And that is about as late as I can go for that system. I wouldn't have been able to think of anything past 93 if you quiz me on it. Which is why I was saying that, you know, even though there were some really prominent kind of year 5 or 6 releases for the NES, oh, here, we're going to see, it's the fire cheep that ignites it. I understand now. The fact that a cheep gets dunked into fire and then ignites the bomb, that's the bomb setup. And I'm glad it resets you back here, so we don't need to think about the pink coins in quite the same way. No, that's the... I was talking about how the Switch is kind of in an abnormally healthy place as a platform, in terms of having this seemingly boundless future ahead of it in the near term. It will be nice to eventually have some kind of generational transition for Nintendo that does not just have an empty year due to some kind of painful hardware transition, which has often been the case. Because the last time we felt like there was a smooth transition was probably NES to Super Nintendo. In terms of having one system in its prime lead directly into and overlap with some early Masterworks in the generation immediately after. I don't think there has been as smooth a transition since, and for a while it was only getting worse and worse in a way that, you know, the GameCube kind of had a dead 2006, and the Wii had a mostly dead 2012.
Oh no!
And you were saying Star Tropics, there were clearly elements that were meant to be expanded. Yeah. There are a couple of series that people feel that way about, I think. Like, I know some people who are really partial to stuff like Golden Sun, for instance, which I don't know too much about. And that's a much later series from the GBA and DS era, of course, but, you know, same kind of idea with there being some kind of unresolved open-endedness to it that still had a lot of room for exploration. We need to stop taking the corners like that. That's been a bit of a problem.
Oh no!
Anyway, we've been pretty far along in this section. It's just that I had that one attempt earlier where I missed one cheat and only one. And that was enough to cause problems. So yeah, we want to be kind of dead center instead of landing on corners, because that's creating problems. Okay, one left to go, but it's in a difficult position. We'll need to keep that in mind as we approach the finish. I was trying to rush through that, and hence keeping the jump a little bit too low and crashing into the spike. Okay, this is a pretty bad attempt. Everything's kind of spread out. And I'm missing everything, so...
Oh no!
Yeah, that one was rough. At least we know that there is a reset that keeps you alive if you do, in fact, hit the fire gate at the very end. So that's an important fact about the level. Yeah, that's the thing about a series that's been left dormant for long enough, is that even if there are some loose threads that needed to be tied up, once the series has been away for long enough, it's pretty unlikely that that would be as directly addressed, even if there were a revival. Like, that's very rare that a revival would pick up where a series had been left before, without a very elegant way to kind of get new players on board. Which was why Metroid Dread in some ways was very surprising, because, you know, there was a lot on the table after Metroid Fusion that to be dealt with, and the fact that it did so elegantly without making it seem impenetrable to new players was really quite a feat, even though Metroid is something that's fairly simple as far as story goes. Okay, we're going to be in trouble here unless I get up front soon. Come on. Nope, missed the same fish. That was the same one I had issues with earlier, so we'll reset through it, but this time we won't have to deal with the coins at least, so let's see if we can wrap around and do this again. This time with no pink coins to act as a distraction. I know we're only through 4 coins at this point. I assume there is going to be segment 3 followed by a safety coin after this, so we've got a lot left to go, even though I've been struggling on this segment for some time. Often just missing by a block or so. It's just a matter of timing for the most part. Nope, I was trying to get a stomp over there and I just missed. It looked like I was well positioned for the ground pound that time, but... yeah, we want to take care of the ones up front as soon as possible, and that time I actually managed to do it. Oh, got them all dead only to run out of space for myself. Very unfortunate. Yeah, because as far as third games to long dormant series that still had some unresolved material, the one that I've been waiting for all these years is Beautiful Joe. And at this point, I think even if there were eventually some kind of Capcom revival of Beautiful Joe, there's just no chance that it would actually deal with the ending of the second game. Follow that up directly. Whoops. Maybe a testament to those setups and cliffhangers are unwise if you don't know if you're going to continue.
Oh no!
Yep. Trying to speed ahead so I can catch up to that fish, and once again, I probably didn't need to do that at that point. I still had one additional part of the sequence. Where I probably could have continued that approach, but as you can see, we're getting into a bit of trouble here with the front fish once again. And also approaching the corners a little too tightly. I've been on this specific segment after Checkpoint 1 for some time now. The best we've done so far is that series of attempts where we had one sheep remaining. Very satisfying mechanic though, like I was saying. It's just that my aim is extremely poor, as you can see. Nope, well once again I'm trying to shortcut that and that's a bad idea. Star Tropics 2 doesn't really have a cliffhanger ending, but the way Maiko was developed up to that point, it seemed likely that she would be playable, I see. Okay, up we go. Now, we just need to remain alive while we go for the pink coins, which will involve some awkward wall jumps like that one. I mean, that wasn't even a coin, that was just a normal curve. That's the best we've done in terms of actually killing everything well in advance. It's just that I choked immediately afterwards. Nope. Getting ahead too soon. I was trying to get ahead there so we could attack the cheeps at the front of the chain, but yeah, it is a really elegant way to set up the kill requirements using the property of the cheeps lighting up and being able to ignite bombs. I'm pretty satisfied with seeing how that was done in this level. That's very clever. Running into the boo like that was not so clever. But yeah, that front-facing one is the trickiest one to deal with simply because it is so close to the Muncher that is at the head of the snake. And so, in an effort to avoid that muncher, I am just missing generally. Pulling back a little too far. I mean, at least you do get plenty of room to work with in this level in terms of having enough space to engage with a mechanic. There we go, good hit.
Oh no!
And I keep failing to account for how far that dry bones tends to walk back and forth. Okay, going to hunt the front fish and die immediately. That's one of the risks of doing so, so close to the muncher coming back up. Yeah, the earlier I can snipe the front fish, the better. There we go. That's very important that I stay alive now. And we'll have more opportunities to pop the rest of these as we go. I'm still off center. I was trying to kill two at once with each of those hits, but we can't always get what we want. Nope. Yeah, aiming ground pounds is not my forte. So we have the front fish problem again, but thankfully, hopefully plenty of time to deal with, as in here. Let's wait until we have a clearer shot at the one at the back when we're not trying to get out from the bottom. I accidentally canceled that ground pound. That should have hit just now. That's a problem. And I really do have quite a bit of trouble aiming for the dry bones in both of those locations. There we go, good shot. Let's not stomp on a firefish, that's important. Aha, there's the chain, very early. Can't relax just yet though, we have to get the 2 coins, which will involve at least one awkward wall jump and also getting over the bones. Let's be careful with these bones here, because that had been a problem in the past. And we will have at least one big segment after this, one additional snake to deal with. There we go. Okay, at long last, we should get the key. And, yeah, ding dong. Merrily on high. Interesting what's going on with that spiny on the right side there. Checkpoint 2. We're going to have another one loaded over here, and oh, we have 2 chains this time. This one, thankfully, is slow. But I missed a chance to wall jump off the other one. Very interesting. So you need to use the green Cheep track as a time-limited wall jump point to continue platforming, and eventually we need to swap to it and get kills off that as well, so... Yeah, very interesting level. Nope, missed my opportunity once again. Okay, there we go. Accidentally canceled, that was not great. Now, if this gives you a gentle reset like the other gate mechanisms before it, it's okay to miss a few fish if we are going for pink coins first, as long as I survive. Then we just reset back into it and start over, but then without the coin distraction. Okay. There we go, that one's down. Now we need to catch the next train. Yeah, very fancy elaboration of the mechanic that we'd seen up to this point in terms of having both of these tracks in play. I'm missing like crazy. The game audio keeps cutting out for you. Yeah, I'll see if I can fix that. I didn't realize that it was glitching. Let me keep an eye on that to make sure it's not still happening. It is still happening. Okay, just give me a moment. I'll try to fix that up. Because it is glitching out. So just hang tight. We will hopefully not take down the whole stream in the course of trying to fix this. But it will take me a moment to sort out. I'll be right back. Okay, sound should be back. Just give me one moment. And it will hopefully stabilize.
Oh no!
Yeah, I just needed to reset the connection on my capture card, which is sometimes dangerous. Now, that was an unfortunate place to take a death. No, it wasn't, because we had just restarted that attempt, so... It was the previous attempt where we had gotten quite far and had eliminated the bottom track. The red track. Come on. It's okay, we've got plenty of room to build the rest of these guys over here. We'll just have one remaining.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's a difficult trajectory to get up to that coin and survive. I suppose I should be doing grab pound cancel out of the pink coin if I can, instead of wall jumping all over the place, but let's try to do things this way first. Nope, too late.
Oh no! Oh no!
Alright, let's do it again. Without dying to the fire. Probably shouldn't be standing in a spot where I can just be shot point blank. Or... yeah. We'll get the wall jump just in time. We'll miss a couple of those, that's okay, we'll have more opportunities. That's it for the bottom track, excellent. That's that much sorted. Let's take out as much green as we can without getting caught on the turn. So yeah, we can just kind of relax here and hit what we can along the way. One to go. Whoops.
Oh no!
I think I'll need to jump ahead to that coin and then wall jump back when the green track is on the bottom. So we were down to one fish there, but also with that coin, and it looks like it's going to be That's coin number 6, and it'll be to safety after that, so that's the last one that's
Oh no!
unaccounted for. And so we'll hopefully not take too long to do this, unlike the segment from checkpoint 1 to 2, that was maybe a bit of an ordeal. But yeah, going to get most of this down early. Not quite clear though. But the sooner we can sort that out, the better. And then we can just focus on the platforming after that.
Oh no!
Nope, missed a train. Really should be keeping an eye on that wall jump. Yeah, gotta lead the shot into Piranha. That's always an important tactic to keep in mind. There we go, all clear. So we know where coin 6 is located, but it'll be a while to get to that point. Some good hits here so far. Nope. Missed a ground pound over there, but we'll be back there soon enough. Yeah, this is definitely one of the more unique track ride levels that I've seen, and the competition has been stiff even within the space of levels we've seen today in terms of having the quasi-snake blocks everywhere. But as far as the snake block style ride goes, this has been a really interesting section 3 to find a lot of ideas together. We should have a pretty clear opportunity at the last red cheap here. We just get to it quickly and not miss every shot. There we go, all clear. Too low for a ground pound that time, whoops.
Oh no!
Is the audio gone again? Okay, I'm looking at my dials where it looks like it should still be stable, but yeah, do let me know. I'll just try to make sure it's okay. I'm far enough into the stream and I don't want to just reset at this point, but it should be okay. Looking at my end currently.
Oh no!
Yeah, as long as it's not overly distracting. It would be terrible for a music level, obviously, which is why I'm always keen to fix that. It's usually a pretty easy thing to fix on the Switch because I just fix it with suspend and resume. Wii U, it's a little bit fussier. I need to pull out a few cables. Especially if I'm trying not to lose a checkpoint here, I can't just reset the system or anything, but it's not a problem at the system level, it's just getting all the connections back up in order. Whoops, let's pay attention here. We've been pretty close with this one the whole time. And yeah, if we are running into technical issues, then we'll see. This is the second last level, so it makes sense to finish this and Kalvik's level at the end. And it wouldn't make sense to drop out of that early, but at least we know with Kalvik's level that it's not going to be something like a big music level. Let's do this. Nope.
Oh no!
Too late. But we're getting pretty close with this section. Just a little bit of cleanup to do, and let's lead the shot on Piranha as before. We're at the wall jump before it's too late. Pretty successful, down to 3 cheaps over here this time. And we pretty much don't have to deal with red. So, yeah, main thing to be concerned about at this point is just to get into position for coin 6 when it does come up in the bottom track later, because that's going to be a bit of a risky position. And that's still something that I have not attempted successfully. Nope, I was hoping to lead shot up ahead of time, and that was just too close an approach.
Oh no!
Clearly, lots of room for improvement. Oh, didn't expect to get that much height. Okay, let's not forget the wall jump. 2 solid hits there. Do the trick, and we'll even get a little hit there, which I ordinarily don't get the chance to do. Not that it's going to help too much. Knocking 1 cheap out of the way. Nope, too risky. Yeah, it's always that close approach in the head or the tail that gets into some trouble.
Oh
Let's do this early. Okay, that's solid. Green track is still untouched at this point. We need to keep that in mind and be fairly accurate. And also not approach that too closely. Using the coins for guidance. So there's 1 cheap remaining and 1 coin remaining. We should have plenty of opportunity, although it is a difficult one that's near the head. Whoa. That was a very close call. Nope. Trying to snipe that off, and there we go. Okay, nothing to worry about now except for the final coin and dodging all of this Piranha fire from up top. Oh, that's not going to be the way to do it. I need to get down there much sooner. That's the first attempt where I've managed to clear everything out. And so that's a pretty major milestone here. And we'll just try not to die to that guy too often. Yeah, no need to stall for so long on that wall jump when we have plenty of time to clear the red track. So yeah, I just need to remain reasonably centered for the green track that's coming up. In terms of taking advantage of the coins, indicating the ideal falling location. So it's going to be that cheap up front at the end. That's going to be a nuisance. There are a few clear opportunities to snipe it later on. That's not going to be one of them. Okay, not the cleanest effort under red track, but we'll have time to fix it. So once again, it's going to be the head and tail that a few issues here. We have to mind this wall jump. It's a tricky one because of how quickly the muncher comes down. No time to bop that. So hop over here. Nope, still no opportunity. We'll do it over here. There we go. Solid hit. No, much too early.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it has to be something where I'm riding that track left to right and I have to jump ahead to the abyss. Let me just take care of the bot quickly. And then there we go. Not the best hit. We've done much better in this segment. Okay, still one red to go. That's unusual, but easily settled. Okay, green is doing a little bit worse than usual. But a good double hit up front should be enough to sort that out. Look at that, almost got it. And there we are. So now it's going to be coin 6 once again. That's the main challenge. That's going to be right over here. Main issue is camera-wise, it's difficult to get that far ahead and see where I'm going. Because I really need to almost jump off camera to aim for that, just given how far I scroll to the left at that point. So that's still the main hindrance. That's still fairly tidy. The fish are in general being handled better and better. Just a really tough coin at the end. Nope, keep missing. Nope. That was a bit of a long shot, though. Didn't think I would get that one right away, and there we go. Okay. Whoa, okay, wasn't expecting that. I was trying to keep the camera reasonably to the right so I would be able to spot the landing or the wall jump on coin 6. Coin 6 does seem unusually tough relative to the other ones we've seen so far, but as long as we have all the fish taken care of up to that point, I mean, that's really the best possible circumstance for attempting it, so it's not going to get any better than that. Okay, bit of a close call, but we got it. Whoop.
Oh no!
Wall jump failure. Nope.
Oh no!
Once again, thought I could lead it. And that's okay, this is fixable. Chances will exist. Nope. Yeah, red gets taken care of nice and early on a relatively consistent basis. Okay, that's a fair bit of green that's left on this attempt. More than is usual for me. So, we'll reduce that back to 1. Okay, this is a bit of a concern that we have to deal with this and the wall jump, and that's not happening. And it looks like that's pretty close to the loading track at the end. As you can see, both tracks are loaded at that point, going towards the bottom right, and so I think having one sheep remain at that point was
Oh no!
a problem, because I do want to focus entirely on coin 6, if I can. Actually managed to get ahead of the blue platform, which I did not initially expect. Alright, let's not fail the wall jump this time. To get a bit of a slide to get into position, and then up we go. Decent hits here, not perfect, but that one's not too far up front. So we should get a clean shot at it soon enough. Okay, that's all settled. Let's struggle with coin 6. I need to figure out a good takeoff point for it. Missed.
Oh no!
That was the right idea. I needed a bit of a wall slide going into it, but the timing was right. I came out of the wall jump too soon, but I had enough spacing there that the wall jump was survivable if I stayed on a little bit longer. Okay, doing pretty poorly with red on this attempt.
Oh no!
Too much sliding back and forth.
Oh no!
Nope.
Oh
I was thrown off by missing a ground pound there due to insufficient height. Yeah, always a bit troublesome to miss a shot. This mechanic that we have here. Okay, that's all taken care of. Yeah, once red is eliminated, green I'm not too worried about. It's mostly coin 6 that is still the hindrance. Green is down much earlier than usual. Excellent. So we can just kick back and relax until we have to deal with coin 6. Well, or we can take an abnormally early death from carelessness. Getting pretty well practiced with eliminating red at this point though, so I'm getting less and less concerned about that. That was bad aim. Yeah, let's not go for that. Let's take it from the other side. That's looking pretty clean. And up we go. Okay, we'll miss that. Lots of opportunities remain though, so not too concerned. One more to go. And we've got a couple of good sniping positions for it here, so... Now coin 6. If I can aim the piranha upwards... I would like to. That was too much of a twirl. I was fearing there that I wouldn't have enough distance jumping towards that wall. Yeah, the camera visibility does make coin 6 more challenging than it otherwise would be. Anyway, lots of time to take care of red. Still no trouble there recently, so... That's a lot left over in a couple of separate locations. And that's a lot of missing. So... Green is not in good shape this round, I don't think. Reduce it back to 1. And miss. That's okay, we'll get on this pass. Okay, coin 6. Here we are again. Success. Alright, that's it. Safety coin will presumably be on the other side. We'll see how much there is left. Yeah, safety coin. I obviously want to check some all jumps before we do anything. But let's go for the cake. I don't know if there's going to be some kind of additional key to work with here, but... Let's grab the star with Yoshi, if I can. Nope, we'll just take it. And we'll take the candles. There's nothing for me to destroy otherwise. I think that's just going to be it. And at long last, that one is over.
Mario #1! Woohoo!
Yeah, like I was saying, a really interesting mechanic. I did quite poorly with it, but that's because ground pounds are not my specialty. Thank you for the GGs. We have one more left to go, and then that will be it for the original generation of the Years of Mario Maker. Ooh, look at that. About an hour on the clock after checkpoint 1. That's maybe slightly miserable. But hey, the dragonfish has been slain. The last level in 3YMM is Ping Pong Panic by Kavik. And I'll just dial that up in a moment. So, Kavik has to say, see ya in SMM2, which he did, at least briefly. And the description to this level says, this is my last Mario Maker 1 level, inspired by the infamous super hard course Nabana no Sato in T. Takamoto's Kaizo Mario 3. It features a moving enemy platform rocking back and forth throughout the level. The edges of the screen are walls, even for enemies this time around. In any case, see you in Mario Maker 2. And Electrodude, you think this is your favorite of his, even over Mecha Bowzilla, which I guess is more of a conventional choice? Well, let's take a look. Okay, see ya in SMM2. Well, let's see how he went out with a bang. But everything's going to walk over and deflect against the wall, presumably off something that was slightly off screen. We needed to get on the blaster. That's pretty clear. Anyway, going to hop in our little gunship. That's how you know I've been thinking about Metroid lately. It kind of looked like we were entering a gunship and then getting ejected out the other side. So yeah, we should basically think about the screen edge as acting as a wall. I don't know why I went for that. That was a bad idea. It looked correct, though. Maybe I was supposed to let that wander off to the left side and bounce back first in order to close the distance. I wasn't really watching the way the blasters would drop as a stack of 2, so as long as we don't get shot in the face, I should be able to. Oh, whoops. Take that. So yeah, you're not supposed to go on top of the blaster, you're supposed to just ride this guy out the whole way through if you can. Notice no pink coins, so that will not be the nature of the secret, whatever it is. And then, oh, I was trying to see if there would be any reason to wait longer, but I didn't expect to have a double shot come in and snipe me there. I mean, the arrow was telling me to go up into the next gunship-like structure on stilts. The next pipe, but I don't know what I was expecting, given that the whole mechanic here is to have the spike top deflect off the side. So yeah, you can see the initial setup here, that there's a bounce that moves a Goomba with, I think, a red spike top forward, and so that walks at a pace of its own, and that seems to be the thing that obstructs you, at least going in this direction. So just watch the setup here very carefully. Yeah, there was something going on the left as well, like on both the left and right boundaries that would create something that lines up in such a way that it would simulate this wall deflection. And because the level itself is auto-scroll, then I am confined by the screen boundary, and I'm unable to interfere with anything that's going on just outside the screen boundary that is presenting the obstruction. It is a Spiny. Yeah, it is a Goomba and Spiny stack. I don't think I can duck under the fireballs, looking at it. Like that one, maybe. And remember that you can't actually duck while standing in this theme in Maker 1. So my standing position is what I have to deal with. Yeah, there's no ducking in SMB3 here. You can duck in NSMBU. You can't in SMB3 or SMB1. I'm not sure about Super Mario World, I don't remember. But I don't think you can. That's why we were talking about this much earlier in the stream before you came in, Electrodude, that if you hold down in SMB3, the only thing it does for you in this game, I think, is give you the Warp Whistle secret on the white semi-solid. We were talking about that much earlier in the stream because, as you'll remember, I think, if you've played Celeste, that's also the secret in Celeste that is just a pure reference to SMB3. You know it or you don't. No ducking, only goosing, exactly. It looked like we could be able to pick that up, but there's no purpose to doing so because you just die if you picked up a spring. So, let's hop out of here. Checkpoint. Scan around for secrets, and oh, you're going to have a Muncher briefly drop on top. And the conveyor belt slowdown is the thing that's going to help here. Actually, no, it's the fact that the spike top is deflected back to the left. So the spike top changes directions, and the fact that it's changing directions while there is a conveyor pushing the Munchers underneath it is how things are going to work. And yeah, this looks incredibly entity heavy, but of course it's just the Munchers that are on the conveyor at the time. I mean, it is very entity heavy, but that's pretty much how you're going to make a deadly conveyor that is still walkable for the spike top. Because I'm looking at this and wondering, is there a less expensive way to do it? I mean, maybe with blades overlapping. But it looks much better this way. Like, it looks very unique. Alright, let's actually dodge the shot for once. That'd be helpful. And the Munchers in the bottom blend pretty well with the jumping Munchers as well. That was a bit unwise. Let's plan this a little more carefully. Yeah, we've got plenty of time to run. Maybe we do. But it's clear that I do need to wait and then jump over the right side. That does seem correct. Love how meticulous things are timed such that you have a Muncher there just barely miss getting on top of the stump. Point indicators are pretty solid here, except we need to stay centered there so I don't get bumped. Yeah, because again, no ducking. Can't duck your way out of this one. And we'll just anticipate some of the jumps here and everything will work quite nicely. Oh yeah, no, I was trying to recenter myself that time and I went too far. I was maybe trying to recenter in a bit of a panic, knowing that I was just about to run into the same death we had encountered previously, getting squashed on the left side under the winged muncher stack. So yeah, let's stand over here. There we go. Stand in the center. That's going to be the solution. We wait for fire and we dodge. No, I was supposed to stay on. Once again, no ducking. Alright. Once again, no reason to hurry this one. We should have just waited. The purely decorative tracks are a nice touch, which is rarely the case. I don't know how much this resembles the Kaizo Mario 3 level that it was purportedly based on. But yeah, it does kind of fill out the ground a bit in a way that also makes your standing height abundantly clear. Alright, let's load up. Off to the side. Grab the coin, and look at that. It's going to be a high stack. That's going to then get me up above that stack with the next muncher jump. That's very fancy. A very complicated series of actions here. Everything's to just kind of stack perfectly. And yeah, a lot of this style of multi-tier muncher stacking is also one thing that was lost going into the second game, which was very unfortunate. And it's extremely central to making this work. Nope, let's watch out. Yeah, it's not just tile centering, but a lot of the stacking logic does feel comparatively inflexible in Maker 2. I was trying to jump there, I was just too slow. Yeah, we know to wait at that point. Let's pay attention. Yeah, we'll just... that loop across, that was too soon. I don't know why I keep doing that, that's very unnecessary. But yeah, the general idea of having the spike top reverse back and forth when you get to the end, that's pretty neat. Whoops. Because the illusion of having it make contact with the screen boundary is done cleanly enough that like it's very intuitive to watch. And perceive the whole platform that you're standing on as a single cohesive unit that is turning around because the stump is whacking the edge, rather than having to be too conscious of what's going on in this setup itself. Okay, let's unstack. That's going to go up. And that's going to be a very responsive miss. The level sort of accurately anticipating that that was going to be a bit of a trouble spot for people landing slightly too far to the left, making the big jump from up top. So yeah, we totally got caught by that. Nope, I shouldn't jump there, I should stay on the stack. We know that from experience. That was a very poor momentum correction when I realized my mistake. Yeah, we should be fairly far along. I did see the exit pipe at the end of this segment already. We were just a few steps away from it. And so it was just a matter of making that last landing, and barring any last-minute surprises, we were probably able to make it over at that point. Okay, let's let this stack. Yeah, what's going on there is that I'm going either too late or too low. And probably just too late. Because it looks like I only have this one window of opportunity there before that is no longer reachable. That landing zone on the right side here. It does irritate me slightly that I missed out one coin. Okay, let's go immediately. I sort of wonder if that could have carried me further. If we don't see a secret by the end, that's going to be the natural place to check. Because there wasn't any time pressure that time on the exit the way there was in the first section, when I was already thinking that, you know, maybe waiting that out could make a big difference. Yeah, I love how this section develops. Very interesting. Also notice, yeah, that this is the way this stack is just going to be set up using the big spike top initially. But yeah, that's really neat that because of the way that the auto-scroll keeps the flying spike tops on screen, you have these obstacles remain persistent, and then they develop with time, what you're seeing here. And then the back and forth motion feels really intuitive. The secret in this level is hidden in a place that's kind of obscure but very clever. Okay. Would it be spoiling too much if you told me whether I've missed it already? I probably will take the time to look for it, but we'll try to beat this first. Because now I'm quite curious. I haven't missed yet, okay. That's good to know. And yeah, as far as the secret placements go, I'm still thinking about Kalvik's 5YMM on Hot Rod Blaster Road, where there seemed to be a fairly big difference between people who could spot it right away and people who were just completely stumped. Because that was a case where if you're paying attention to the level layout, then you get a sense of where to look. But it depends on a bit of a background visual clue as well that is the sort of thing that can be invisible to people. I love this pattern, the way it's emerging into this multi-point star. Mostly because of its symmetry. It's very satisfying to watch. But yeah, I really need to see a lot of these speeds line up. There's a bit of a continuity here as well from the 1YMM Munch Trees level, in terms of having these elaborately assembled boss segments that also depend substantially on the original Muncher stacking physics. Nope, bit of a slip there. When you tested this level for Kalvik, you came up with a way to make all of the flying spike tops in this section get simultaneously destroyed by bombs at the end. And you're disappointed he didn't want to use it. Well, let's see the ending first, and let's see how it goes. Because I'll be able to comment on that better once we see how this actually goes. And what it looks like in its current form. Yeah, jumps like that are going to be too high for some of the interceptors that we have. So this is one thing that's very well disguised, that you have all of these tracks that have been throughout the level placed in a way that looks sort of decorative because of this consistent oscillating pattern. But they are also the thing that, even from the very first section, has made the whole blaster drop mechanic work and get things spawned into the space. We saw that very early on in the first section, but obviously it's all over the place here with the way that the blasters have been kind of doing these temporary spawns to get everything moved into position. Where they get onto the screen and fire and forget. Okay, I have to sort of keep track of the speed change here while trying to make that lower jump. Anyway, let's go back. Alright, still doing fine. But the jumps are a bit high for the low ceilings that we'll be dealing with, starting with this pattern, which is still the limit of my progression so far. Yeah, I was wondering if I should wait that out. I shouldn't. I should go through the pipe directly, which we've seen in every section so far. Although I was wondering about the second section. Very kind of that Mario Paint baby effect at the end to punctuate that point. I'm pretty sure that's one of the effects that dates back to Mario Paint. Because it was in the music editor as one of the instruments. The baby effect, I remember using it all over the place back when doing music editing in Mario Paint was still a thing. And it is still a thing, it's just not something I'm active with anymore. I think my Mario Paint experience was principally about the music editor. That's maybe where my aptitude was lying at that age. Not so much of a pixel artist. Nope. But I can see what you're talking about now with the exit, that you have the entrance into pipe just acted as the exit in this zone. So I'm thinking, like, if you were thinking about having some kind of mass bombardment come in at the end, I guess you would do it with, say, a red bomb drop from the upper track. That would coincide with the positioning of the spike tops, right? Like, is that the way that you were thinking about doing it, or did you have a fancier way to set that up? Because I think maybe that was ruled out as a bit of a timing issue, because you have a certain amount of time pressure for the player to get out, but to give the player enough flexibility to do that while having enough time left over to kill things on screen would be difficult to synchronize. But you came up with a different mechanism. The mechanism you came up with made it so that when the spike tops all get destroyed by bombs, the shell also gets destroyed. Oh, and then you load the stumps underneath and exit. Okay. Yeah, so I see what Calvik did instead here was try to sort of harmonize the exit with the way that it works in all of the other sections. And it sounded like your other proposal for it would have been pretty fancy, though. And at least very pleasing to look at. Yeah, because I'm thinking about whether there would be any issues with the player getting themselves in trouble if they're reacting to a last-minute change in the platform, which would be the first consideration I would think about there. But yeah, so your mechanism involved several ignited bombs that would spawn at the same time. I was thinking it would have to work with something like that. But I was thinking about the bomb timing. I guess, you know, if you're auto-scrolling in the bomb ignition... Well, if you wanted everything to be simultaneously destroyed, then the way the bombs are lit up would be sort of resynchronized as well, right? Like that you would... Or you could have them drop off the same column in something like a vertical track, but I don't know if there would be room for that. That would still make sense. It wouldn't, actually, because if you're dropping off the same column, then they wouldn't split in the way that you would need. I'm just trying to visualize it. I know I'm not describing it very well, but... And this is just speculation anyway. I don't know how your mechanic actually looked. But I'll catch up on chat in just a moment when I'm hopefully through this section. And I'll read your description of that. I know. Ah, okay, the tracks for it would be visible from the cake room, I see. Yeah, because the idea of having a bunch of ignited bombs fall in at once was how I imagined you would do it, given that you have track landing positions already and presumably a big track setup on the top half for things like the blasters. But if the layout is cramped enough that it would interfere with the cake, then I can see why that would have been ruled out. Because it's very clear to me that the entire top half is used for track loading for all of this stuff anyway. And Okay, let's not pull back so much on that jump. That jump has repeatedly been a problem, so... Let's keep our eyes peeled for a secret after that. Hopefully without having to take a death and reset to CP2 too many times. Even once we do get out of this room. But that's okay, we're getting used to it. And there we go. Nope. The up pipe is not going to be that generous. I mean, it sometimes feels like Mario Maker 1 is a bit more generous about pipes because of things like entering when half a pipe is blocked off and the sort of recentering that occurs, but or the repositioning that occurs for the vertical entry, but you still can't just miss the center of the pipe quite as badly as I just did. So we've had a couple of pipe entry deaths already. And yeah, let's just try to get out of this safely. And yeah, it's just to jump back through the middle once the top position is enclosed that I'm most worried about. So anyway, let's just wait and sit through some of it. Okay. Let's be extra careful. This is the jump. There we go. And this is the other jump. And we are out. Okay, let's skip over this. I mean, there's going to be something in the final screen if I stay alive. I think that's really, really clear. You can see the tracks that are on the left side that imply some kind of drop. Like maybe with a blaster staircase or something that becomes available. So I do want to skip the goal. We need to be a bit more careful about that. But yeah, looking at the final screen, the tracks on the left side are not a coincidence. And Electrodude, you've got to take off to do some uni work. Yeah, have fun with that. Hope the cryptography in particular gets a little better for you. And let's wrap around this guy. And once again, we'll have to be very careful. The center here, there we go. as well as pipe entrance. Now, let's wrap around accurately this time, get a nice high jump, and let's see what gets unloaded. It's going to be something. I'm going to wrap around, and oh, now that's unexpected. 3YMM. Let's not get squashed. Nope, the muncher's going to drop because whatever the spike top is climbing on off screen releases it. Probably a blaster column on the left, that's just out of view. And here's a decay for Kavik. And a cake. Like a Mortal Kombat cake. Where everything is spelled with K. We'll exit out the other pipe, and that's going to be it. Yeah, that was a nice surprise at the end. I was thinking it might be something like a track drop, given the way that looked, but the way that it turned out at the end was in fact much more satisfying. So that's it. 3YMM is in the bag. And that brings us up to May 2019, within a few weeks of the launch of Super Mario Maker 2. So, it's been really quite enjoyable doing this over the course of the past couple weeks, since mid-January, getting 1, 2, and 3YMM out of the way. In the short term, I will be probably taking a break from Maker 1 to get back into Maker 2 and do some other things, and get what we can covered before we potentially stream the new Kirby later in the month, which is the kind of next big thing I have planned. The plans are going to be on the Discord as I come up with them, as usual. I will also be gone for part of next week, so there's going to be a bit of a lapse in the stream schedule, but we'll announce that as we go. So yeah, as far as Maker 1 goes, we will go back to Maker 1 at some point to do a couple of things like the Tetraterix puzzles that we were talking about earlier, like Ichigo Mole and so on, as well as potentially maybe do some viewer levels or old favorites or other things that we can bring in to this game. That is going to be it for Maker 1 for at least a couple of streams though, and we'll just say farewell to it for now. And we'll send you on to another destination. So thank you so much for following along with the series all this time. It was extremely enjoyable for me. There was a ton of new material. I had kind of played a little bit of the YMM levels and played a lot by these makers before, but much of this material was very new to me, quite fresh, and also just a good reminder of many of the mechanics that no longer exist in Maker 2, and just what a distinctive experience the first game originally was. So thank you to all the makers who participated in this, everybody who came in to watch live and give some additional director's commentary. Thank you especially to Kavik, if he catches up on this VOD, for assembling and coordinating these early projects and giving us tons of content to look at years after the original release. I think the YMM levels have held up exceptionally well. And that's pretty much where we'll conclude, I think. So, thank you so much for watching today. We'll see you around for some other content in Maker 2 and much more besides in the streams to come. And until we next return to this game, have a great day, have a great week ahead of you. Happy making or playing or whatever it is you do with your time nowadays. And here's to another year. Stick around for the raid, and fare thee well.